Okay, so we can add the display name, description address, and also we can drag and have the marker position. We have the image preview component ready. Now we're going to have a component called add slots. So this is going to be a dynamic form. The create garage, already we have it, right? We're going to have a n number of form schema create slot, which is we're going to get the height, width, the dimensions, price, count. This is a number of that particular slot and the type. So let's create that. So we already have that create garage components. We have this garage marker map, and let's build that. Okay, so let's create this add slots component. I'm going to, similar to this, I'm going to get the control, register, and use on the errors. So how to manage a dynamic form, how to create items in an array in the form. We can add, append, remove items, right? So for that we are going to use field array from React hook form. So this gets the control from the use form context, and it gives back the fields that we will loop to render the items. It also gives the append, prepend, remove, swap, move, insert. So all those things we can do in that array. So yep, we are going to append and remove. Let's import this from React hook form. Also, let's use the use watch to get the slot types. Fine. So let's return a div, and I'm going to use the fields, and and we can get the item information here. Okay, that id. So the id, we don't have that, we don't have the id in the schema, but it generates whenever we use a array inside a form. It gives this id, so we can use as keys here. Okay, fine. So I'm going to create an accordion, so that will make this thing easier when the manager is creating a lot of many types of slots. It is good to actually collapse the parts. I'm going to use the disclosure from headless UI. So this is the component we're going to use. Yes, I'm going to copy paste that, and we will go through that. So we have this disclosure, and this component gives the open state. This manages the open state. It gives us through this render prop technique, and we have this button and the panel. Let's see if they have a disclosure button and the disclosure panel. Okay, so I can just modify that. Fine, that is the accordion. And also I have added some styles here based on the collapsed state. The title will look a bit muted, and yeah, and also the chevron down will rotate based on the closed state. So that is the accordion. Let's go back to the add slots component. I'm going to import the accordion from the atoms, and I'm going to say the default open as true. We already passed the key. The title is, I'm going to actually, in order to display this title, I am getting this slots type. Okay. When I am, if I can actually, this accordion gets this title prop. If I am doing something like this, we'll have this, okay, and we'll have to come back here. I will say why I need to actually again watch this and get the data and then use the title. We'll come back. So inside the accordion, I'm going to have a flux box with a justify the end, and basically within each section we are going to have a remove button to remove that particular item, and outside of the item you will be having the append button. Okay, we have already we have already destructured the append from the use field array. So let's create the button that's outside of this loop. So inside the button, I'm going to have an icon plus and some text, add slots. Inside the button we are going to, so in the on click, I'm going to use the append, and we also have to pass the default values for all these things. So length 10, width 10, height 10, price, count 5. Also type, by default I'm adding that as a car. Let's demo this. We have append button. We are just rendering the items dot type, probably item dot count. Go back here. This, after the image preview, I'm going to add the add slots. Now we get this. That does not look good. Okay, so the add slots button, I'm going to give some styles here. So this is going to get the full width. We're going to have a flex center, justify center with some padding y, small text with the border dashed. Okay, variant, let's change the variant to text, also size to none. So that means you can look at that, size none will have no padding whatsoever. I just want some padding for the y. So this is what add slots look like. So yeah, for some reason I have this primary 900, 800. Okay, so 900 looks better. Let's go with that. What happens when I click this? It creates this accordion. Okay, and I'm just rendering the count there. I can I can keep clicking, right? Now let's add the remove button. That's inside this. Again, I'm going to create a simple button this time. Within the accordion, first I'm going to, I'm having this flux box, justify end, so that the remove button exists in the end. We don't want to deal with this hover state. Okay, so I'm basically getting the remove, and on click I'm calling that. I'm also having some styles here, underline, text gray, text extra small, size none, variant text. Now we can remove that. Remove. So we can now add and remove. Now let's work on the form items. Okay, so after the button, we're going to have a grid calls to, and also some gap. First one, let's start with the type selection. I'm going to use a HTML label as usual. I'm also passing the one thing to note here is we get the slot index here and the item with all the data, and we can use this slot index to get the data to get the items index. Okay, so that's the slot index, and we can, using that we get the exact type information. And also I'm going to use we don't have the HTML select. Let's quickly create that. Again, it's very simple, similar to what we have keep doing. I'm forwarding the ref. I'm having some default opinionated style for this select component, and I'm getting all the props that a HTML select can getting everything, and I am passing everything into that select. I'm passing this vehicle type, and I'm registering that the slot index type, and within that I'm going to get the slot type from the generated code, and I'm converting into an array of strings, and I'm looping through that, rendering them. Yeah, so this is what it looks like. The problem is when I change this, the title of the accordion does not change. Okay, just because of that, I choose to listen to the data and then use that data here. Slot types of slot index dot type. What? Now when I change this to heavy, the accordion changes. Bike, and we can remove them one by one. Fine. So other input elements are going to be simple. The next one is the price per hour. Again, we are fetching the error message, but by using the slot index. And I'm also registering using the slot index. Okay, the type number. You can also mention the count here in the title. You can actually pass. This is a React node, and you can pass a JSX here. Okay, so I'm planning to have the type into the slot types, slot index, dot count. Okay, now are into 5 because 5 is the default value when we appended. So when the form is completely collapsed, the manager can still see what they are creating. The other ones are going to be very similar. After that, again, we are going to have the number of slots this time. Note how we use pass the error message, and also how we register it. I had to add this value as number as true, because the value I got back from this item, even though I specify a number here, even though I specify a number in the form schema as well, the count is number. Okay, but still I got issues that the data I got back was a string, so I had to add value as number for the number fields. Let's try without this and see what see the error. So I remove that for the number of slots, the count. Yes, I'm going to the next three. We have the height, width, and length. So all three. Because this is what we have been doing, and all these I have also added. For all these, I have also added the value as number. Let's look at the form. So this is a form. I'm actually thinking why shouldn't we make this a 3 column? That makes sense to me because the dimensions are below and the other information are above. Price, number of slots, etc. So I'm going to create it. Okay, let's remove first and let's start from the beginning. Let's start creating this. We are doing the same Big Apple parking solution. Apple parking solution description. Going to have a let's give a realistic address for the parking, and I'm also going to keep the parking near the Central Park, right in the corner. Okay, let's select the pictures. Select 3 pictures. Let's add maybe 2 types of slots. 3 types of slots. The first one is bicycle, bike, and car. Bicycle, the parking charge is $4 per hour. For the bike, it is $6, and for the car, it is $10 per hour. Number of slots, that's sufficient. 8, 6. I'm also going to update the dimensions. Okay, let's submit this and see if everything goes fine. Okay, so this was the error. Okay, expecting number received string. So that's why I had to add that value as number true option. So number of slots in the register, I'm going to add that. Fine, now this should go. Set the location, display name, parking address, images, 3 kinds of parking slots. There's something about the button. Okay, so I'm not actually hitting the API. The form is getting submitted and it is just getting console logged. Okay, let's do this. I think we have already created the create garage document. That's fine. Now let's use the use mutation. Okay, that is also ready. Fine. First, let's upload the images. We have this upload function. Uploaded images equals upload await upload and data.images. Okay. I'm going to destructure data and then images because I want the images separately here. Okay, now we have the uploaded images. Now we can call the mutation. Const result equals byte create garage. That is that part. Create garage from here, and we can just pass the information. I'm going to spread the data, and images is uploaded images are empty array. What happened here? Wow, not allowing me to type the comma. Okay, it's saying that the images is not there. So garage, create, garage, input. I'm getting the images. Images is string array. And how do we get back here? We get back the string array. Then what is the problem? I'm sorry. So actually I have to pass inside the variables. Okay. Here the variables also there is this create garage input, and then I have to pass these things. Destructure everything that is cleaner. Description, display name, location, slot types. And inside here I have to pass the address as location and images as uploaded images. Slots as slot types, description and display name. Okay, TypeScript is happy. I hope this will go well. And also after the success, we can do this on completed. On completed, I'm going to reset the form. I'm also going to create a toast message. Toast from the molecules. Toast from the molecules. Then garage created successfully. On failure, on error, I'm going to have a toast says action failed. And the form won't get reset. Okay, so this is sufficient. Let's go. Let's move. Wow. I have to type that again. So we don't persist this data. This is a problem. I actually have another video where again I did not do this persistence, which could be a problem. But actually, when the user does not refresh, the data is not going to go away. Here we actually changed the code and the whole application reloaded, and hence we lost the data. But still having some persistence is great. 3 types of slots: bicycle, bike, car. 2, 3. I made things cheaper. Okay, and central park corner. Let's submit. It is loading. That means images are being uploaded to the Cloudinary. And error. Okay, got error, but I did not see the toast message. Okay, action failed. Okay, so I have to add the CSS that is required for rendering these toasts. Okay, so React Toastify gives that error, that CSS, and also I'm going to add some styles. We are going to just customize the progress bar, toast. I make the rounded none. That is the style we are going with. Font sans with some shadow. No rounded corner. The background of black. That's the progress bar. The errors say create garage. Okay, so 2 things. One, the data I produced in the group slots by type, right? This actually created the object is an array inside an array. Yes, array inside an array. So I'm going to make this a flat. Maybe let's make the flat Maybe let's make the flat here. Now it should work fine, I think, but still I messed up in one thing because I did not use a transaction here. So what happened is I created a garage. I created a address. We already had the company. So let's clean up and then we'll use a transaction and we will deliberately fail that to see that no garage got created. So let's clean this up. Address ID 2, I have to delete that. Then delete the garage. So here, the data is still here. I'm going to keep the error, okay? If I'm not adding the flat, it's going to fail. But I'm going to add a Prisma transaction. So we are doing two things here. We are creating a garage and then creating the slots. Actually, I'm thinking, why cannot I create slots here? Okay, so I have added the transaction here. So basically, inside the transaction with the whole async operation, we get this transaction, and we do that TS object. We use that to create multiple operations, and so this will create an atomic transaction where if this fails, this will be rolled back as well. Now let's try it. So still I have this error. We are sending this array inside an array. It's going to fail. So let's submit this. Okay, the action failed. We still get this error. Okay, so that is an array inside array. The data is inside a wrong format. Now when I go here, we are not going to have the additional garage or additional address created. So this is a useful technique. We can also do this, like we can update this to not add the garage ID. Okay, so here also I forgot to mention this. We calculate the number of slots we already have, and then I increment that slot from there, also passing the garage ID. But you can just remove this garage ID and you can pass this here. Okay, and you don't have to do the transaction. This is nested writes, and Prisma manages that internally. But this is also a good thing to have. I want to have that. So make this a flat. I actually have to look into this to fix it. Okay, so I think I am having some unnecessary complexity here. So you can make this an array. I don't have to do this. And this is like nested for loop. Okay, but still, when you have like 4 types of slots with 5 items each, we have to create 20 objects, right? 20 rows in the database. So I'm preparing the data, and this is being totally fine. So we're looping through the number of slots. I'm getting the count, and I'm looping through creating a for loop. And then inside this array, I'm just pushing the slot, all the slot information along with the, we also have the slot dot the type, everything, creating everything. I'm creating the display name. I'm getting the garage. I'm adding the garage ID, and I don't have to do this. I can return the array. Okay, TypeScript is happy. Let's try it again. I'm going to go and I will clean up the cloudinary, all the duplicate images I uploaded. So it uploaded, action still failed. Okay, the problem is earlier I was actually keeping track of the arrays separately inside the slot type, but I took that out, and also it is not that straightforward. Actually, we have to find the calculate the number of slots here, And then we have to pass the number here. We don't have to add this. And then we have to pass the number of slots already the garage has per type. We have to add that. And then we have to add that with the newly added count. Okay, so this is what I'm doing now. We start with a very simple array. We have this lookup count per type. I'm looping through all the slot types we got, getting the count and all the slot information here. And I'm looping through the count. And then I'm pushing this object. Okay, I'm creating a display name using the type space the count. That's going to be 0 in the first iteration. And then I am incrementing that count. Okay, and this is only for while creating a garage. The slots count are going to be 0 in the beginning. Okay, and in the next section we are actually going to create more slots. There we will actually look at the existing number of count for that type, and then we will increment the display name accordingly. This is what we are going with. We don't need that flat. Now let's try it again. Okay, I'm going to change the name to Park a Lot. That's the name that AI suggested. Park a Lot is a trusted. Actually, okay, one more thing I just noticed is that when I type, this image preview is actually re-rendering unwantedly. It should not happen. I'm going to register that, acknowledge that, and move on. Park a Lot. Let's create the Park a Lot. Save. Uploading the image. Okay, so this should not be here. Submitting the image. So cannot return null. Wait a minute. But actually, the garage got created. Okay, the address got created. The transaction is successful. We got all these slots created. The problem here is cannot return null for non-nullable field mutation dot create garage. This create garage. Okay, so basically I can return this. Okay, that is going to return the created garage. Let's create one more thing just to test that. I'm going to refresh this. Let's have a parking slot near the Empire State Building. Empire State Park and Glow. That is the garage name. I'm also going to use this image by Tim Mayer. I have an address. So this time I'm going to have only one image. Let's add only one type of images. We're going to have only a car. The price of $12 per hour. 6 slots. Everything is other than everything is fine. Now let's create it. So the garage are created successfully, and also the form is reset. Now we can go back to see the third garage, the ID of 9, the Empire State Park and Glow. It also has the image. Okay, so that's all about the create garage. Okay, we have created our garages. Now let's work on displaying those garages here. So right now it is saying now return not nullable field slot type count. Let's look at that. Basically that comes from the garages query is this. And we were also getting the resolve field called slot count type. This is the resolve. Okay, so basically I made the count nullable, and I got this. We have this company has 2 garages. Let's create this garage card. I'm going to create a inside the UI library. I'm going to create garage card. The garage card is going to get the garage information, and the type we get from the garage's query. Let's create the card. So this card is mostly information rendering. So, and then after rendering the card, we will actually have a create slots dialog from this card. First, let's do this. We get the garage information, and we are going to slowly one by one render those information. Here I'm rendering the images. I want the duration per second. You can also pass this no auto change as true, so that will that won't change the image actually. So after some padding, I'm going to add a garage display name, and we can also add a description, but description is usually long. We will have a look at, and we'll come back here. So in the list garages, instead of just rendering the ID, I'm going to render the garage card. I think we don't need the ID div here, and directly pass the key into the garage card and also the garage information, because we need to import the garage card. Then you can pass the garage information. Remove the to do. Okay, this is the card, and I expect the image to change. Yeah, so it's changing. You can also change the image using the arrow, and this one only has one item. We can further polish, like if there is only one image, there is no point in actually showing. Yeah, so I'm not showing the arrow, but we don't have to also show this pills. This booking is going to link to the bookings of that particular garage. We will come back to that. Let's continue to build our garage card. Then actually I have the description here and address. After that, I'm going to render the count, the icon and the icon count. So we will come back to this. This is the card. Okay, the description is too long, so I'm going to make the text smaller, and also we can use the line clamp from Tailwind. The line clamp 2. Okay, so that works. Till it text is big, I'm going to make it extra small, and also I'm going to give some margin bottom to differentiate the address, because the address is important to see. Looks really bad. Also, I'm not seeing the count here. Okay, already I was actually getting that error, right? So the GraphQL error, it said you cannot return slots count. The count is null. The count is null. So we have to investigate what's wrong. Okay, so actually I made a mistake here. So this one, if you look at the return type, let's save this into a counts or slot counts. If you save this, await that the return type, the slot is going, the count is not count here. Okay, so it's an array. The count is underscore count. So that's why we were not getting the count information. So I'm going to basically just map through this data and I'm going to assign the, oh, okay. Yeah, so the count exists inside the count, the type dot, okay, count dot type. Okay, that is the number. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just mapping through, looping through, passing the type and the count. Now you will see the count here. Okay, so we have 6 cars. Here we have 5 each. Fine, not bad. Okay, so that is the garage card, and here I'm going to create another dialog. So basically, a dialog is going to have just show a button called add more slots, and on clicking it, it will create a new form. We will use the same form schema though. We will use the same form schema which we used when creating the garage slots inside the garage. So we'll use the same schema but different form UI. And on submitting, we also have to work on the resolver. So let's go to the slot resolver. I'm going to create a new route here. I'm going to create a new route called create many slots. It's a mutation. Let's create that. So and only a manager can access it. Let's create this return count. So inside the entity, I'm going to have one more an object type called return count, which just returns a number as a count. We can import it. So this one is also going to get this create slot input arguments. Okay, but this one will also get a count. So it gets this information, width, length, everything except this 3, along with a count. So similarly, what we did in the previous time, we're going to do it again. We're going to loop through and create multiple slots using the count. First, let's get the garage using the garage ID. I'm getting the garage and I'm checking that the requester, this user is a requester. The requester is one among the managers. So, okay, I'm actually fetching the garage. I'm passing this is from the header, and I'm passing all the manager IDs there. I'm checking basically this user has the UID and roles. So basically this function will check that the UID is one in the requested ID array. So that's how we make sure that only the manager, one of the manager of the company can access this. So here I'm actually getting the count of this particular type in the garage. So how many bicycles are there? Already there are 7 bicycles. Then the next one we need to start creating from the 8, right? Bicycle 8. That's the simple logic I'm going with. Just to have unique titles, display names. I'm generating the data. So similarly how we did the last time, I'm just creating an empty array using the count, and then I'm mapping through that, and I'm returning all the arguments and also a display name using the type space the index name, type count plus index plus 1. That's it. Now we can create the mutation by Prisma slot, create many, we can pass the slots. Okay, that is it. Now let's create the input for that. Create many slots. You can again use Apollo Explorer. Always using this is avoid some confusion problem. I don't have to go back. I don't have to guess the variable name. It's a mutation. Going into the mutation, create many slots, and I'm going to select both arguments, and it just returns the count. That is the query. That is the mutation. Let's go to this query store GraphQL, just the input file for the code gen. I have pasted it, and I have to also start the code gen. Okay, so it is successful. So you will see the generated mutation here, create many slots document. That's all about the backend and the bridge, which is the code gen. Now let's go back to the garage card. I'm going to create many slots dialog here. Create many slots dialog tsx. So this one is going to get the garage ID. And actually, okay, so one thing I forgot, we have to create the form schema. We already have the form schema here. We just have to create the use form. So I'm going to call this create slots.ts. I'm going to infer the type, which needs to be form type create many slots. And the create many slots. So this is create form schema create slot. Let's also import the z from zar, and then the use form hook from here. Let's import the use form and the zar resolver. Okay. So yep, our form management hook is ready. Now we can go back here and start using that. Create slots. Okay. Also, we need to fetch the use mutation from the Apollo client, and also the named operation and the create many slots document. Both are from the generated code. So we get the register, hand submit, and the errors. Let's have a fragment here, and we'll start with a button. So this button is the one that will get exposed in the component, and the button actually hides the dialog within it. We will start with this. We can use the button from our atoms, and we can change the variant to text, size to none. Okay, I'm having some a button with a width 16, height of 10, with a thick border primary, and it's a group. So that means, so yep, so when I hover over the button, the plus actually scales. Fine. Let's create the dialog then. I'm going to pass the open and set open state, and then I gave a title here, and inside that I'm going to have a form. So it's going to be a 2-column grid, and the UI is going to be really similar to what we had in the create garage. Here we had slot information, add slot, right? So it's going to be very similar. We already did this. First, again, we start with the HTML select. We're going to loop through the data, loop through the items of the slot type enum, and I am passing them as a option. Second one, I'm going to get the price per hour and number of slots. Import the HTML input. We exactly did the same thing in the previous section, so I am moving fast. And then we have the dimensions, length, width, and height. of the parking slot. I actually considered reusing this part of the form, but it needed unwanted complexities. We had to pass this register. We may actually use some generic to pass two different kinds of registers, but I did not want to increase the complexity, so this is a simpler solution with the duplication. Okay, so let's do the on submit. So in the on submit, I'm going to use the handle submit that gives the data, and then inside the data I'm going to call the mutation. Okay, so I've already got the mutation as create many slots. Let's make this async, and we will do that asynchronous operation inside it. Await, and we can pass the variables here. Count is data.count. Create slot input is, let's destructure this. First let's get the count, and then we will collect the remaining ones as data. So we pass the count first, and then we just pass the data here, and still complaining. Oh, okay. Yeah, garage ID is required. Yep, that's why I'm getting the garage ID here. Okay, I forgot. So let's destructure the data, and then I'm going to add the garage ID here, and now the TypeScript is happy. After the variables, I'm going to await refetch queries, and I'm going to actually I'm doing it here, so I don't want to add that here. We can add the await refetch queries here. Okay, so I don't want to do anything here. Fine. And also on success, on complete, I'm going to close the dialog. Also, let's use a toast message from here. Let's get a toast message there. Slots created successfully. And on error, I'm going to use another slot. Action failed. That is all. Let's also add the loading to the submit button. I have not added the submit button. Button submit. The type of button is submit, and I'm also adding the loading state. Okay, that is the component. Let's add it in the garage card. Fine. Now let's try that. So we display the available vehicles, slots, and the count, and following them we also have this plus button. Okay, so but the buttons was bothering me. Previously the button was not aligned, so I just introduced some flexbox layouts. I made the parent one flexbox column. We have two children there. Yeah, two children. One is the image changer, and then the body. Inside the body actually has to take the whole space, so I'm using the flex grow. The body has two sections, this one and the slots count and create more slots. And I made that we have some gap 4, so minimum is gap 4. And I'm also using the empty auto, so it is going to be pushed to the bottom. We can also use, instead of the empty auto, we can also use this is justify end. Okay, so this will also, something is wrong. Yes, I'm not going to confuse this. I'm going to stick with this empty auto and yeah. So let's try. I'm going to create a few heavy items. For the heavy, it's a bit costly, $20. Number of slots, I have 4 slots for that. Length is going to be like, I don't know, 30 feet. Width is 20, height is 50. Let's submit it. Submit. Yep. Slots created successfully, and also the automatically this thing got updated. Okay, fine. Okay, in this section we are going to create the bookings that happened for the garage. So in the garage's card, they can click the bookings link and that will open. We make that open bookings with a search parameter of garage ID, and we are going to create a page here. We will be, I'm going to create a resolver in the bookings. I'm going to create a resolver called bookings for garage. That is because, so this bookings query is open, right? Maybe we will close it because we don't want anybody to see that other than the admin probably. And then we will create 2 more queries for the bookings for manager and bookings for customer. Because if I try to manage everything inside this one query, I think it increases the complexity. So let's create one more thing. This thing can only be accessed by the manager and the admin also. This is bookings for garage. Bookings for garage. Apart from the arcs, so this is going to have the cursor distinct order by skip, take, and where. Apart from that, I'm also going to have the garage ID. So we're going to have like 7 arguments, and also the get user. We're going to get the user object from the token. Now I'm going to get the garage using the garage ID. Also, I'm going to get all the managers. Once we have all the managers, we can make sure that the person who is accessing the query is one among the managers of the who manages the garage. Fine. Now we can pass this here and we are good to go. Also for the pagination, I'm going to have the bookings count, which only takes the where condition, because that the where condition is the one which decides the total count. So we get the where condition. I'm passing the where condition. I'm checking count of all. Okay, I'm just returning the count. So that's what this object type says. Okay, now let's create the query. It is the same procedure again and again. Okay, so this time I'm going to create a fragment. I'm going to create a fragment called booking fields on booking. I'm getting all this information. And also we need the valet fields. That is a fragment. Fragment valet fields all on valet, image, UID, and display name of the valet. So we get all this information from the booking, and we get the valet information, pickup valet, return valet. We are spreading the valet information, which is an equivalent of doing this. I don't want to create duplicate. So I'm creating fragments. I'm also getting the slot, display name, the garage address of the slot, and so on. So those are the booking fields and the valet fields. Now let's create the bookings query. I'm getting that distinct, the usual find arguments. I'm passing everything into the bookings. I'm passing the spreading the booking fields, and in the booking counts, that is also a query, so that it's in the same level of the booking. The bookings count, I only have to pass the where condition, okay, which is this. The query is ready. Let's make sure if there is an error. Okay, so there is no integer actually. Everything is a float. So skip and take are also going to be floats. Yeah, so now we have generated the bookings query, bookings document. No, actually, that's a different thing. So this is for bookings for the customer. I'm going to delete that. Probably we will create. So I actually made the bookings query admin only. Okay. So we will come back here. We will rename. We will create another query for that. But for now, we have these bookings for garage. We get all the 7 find arguments and 1 garage ID. Passing all into this query. I'm passing only the where into the bookings count. So that is fine. Okay, again, we cannot use integer here. Everything is a float. Fine. Now we have the bookings for garage document here. Now let's start creating our pages. In the web manager, I'm going to create a bookings page. Let's create a page. Here I'm going to add the search params. Okay. So the search param can be in a string, an array of string, or undefined. Here I'm going to get the garage ID from the search params. I have to actually get search params. Okay. Get this garage ID, and I'm going to return a main. Maybe let's start with the is logged in, is manager, and inside this I'm going to create a component called list bookings. Maybe list garage bookings, and we will pass the garage ID there. Okay, let's create the list garage bookings. I'm going to create one in the template. So the interface is going to, this is going to only take the garage ID and create the component. Going to use a tab. Okay, tab. We're going to have 3 tabs: the past, current, and the future, upcoming ones. So that's the design I'm going with. There could be a lot of better ways to do. Okay, we don't have the tabs component. I actually use Material UI for tabs, but be aware that Headless UI, the same the package we are using, also has these tabs. Okay, but I'm used to this Material UI tabs component, so I'm using it. I'm going to just copy paste it and we will go through that. Molecules. So I'm importing the tab and tabs, tab props and tabs props. The tabs going to be the parent of the tab, and I am customizing the class, the tabs one. I'm changing the indicator color, flux container. I'm adding some gap to it. The root, I'm some padding, and also tab. I'm changing the selected state. I'm also having some classes for the root tab. Okay, the structure is like you're going to encapsulate the tabs section first. The tabs, if you have like past, current, upcoming, those tabs are going to be placed inside one tabs. And then we will have the tab panel that will render the result of the selected tab, whatever we want to render. So if the index is same, we are rendering the children, or else this tab panel won't render. That is the tabs component. First, let's render the tabs. That's very confusing actually. Tabs, tab panel. So this thing, let's just have a look at the list garage bookings. At okay. Now, so this has to be the okay. I don't actually the list garage bookings. We are using use state, so we have to mark that as a use client. Create company. Okay, why is this error coming here? This has to be a use client, but I did not modify this. Fine. Use context. So this is happening inside the is manager. Okay, so now we have only the tabs. Also, you can see the updated colors. In the selected state, it gets some boldness under the underscore color. Now let's use the tab panels in the list garages. After the tabs, we're going to have this hello in. So only when the in is selected, we get this children. Okay, so basically what I'm going to do, we are going to have three things: index 1, index 2, and index 3. Index 0, 1, 2. And we are going to use the same component called show garage bookings. And we are going to get some props and filter the booking result. We are going to, all the three panels are going to make the same query, but with the different properties. And that properties we are going to pass in here. So let's create the show garage bookings component. Let's keep it inside the organism show garage bookings tsx. So the garage bookings gets the booking status, which could be any of these things. So this is the, we are going to actually filter the bookings based on this in the three tabs. Okay, the third one, we are going to have a property called show check-in. So the data is going to be, we're going to actually fetch the information inside the show garages, and we are going to use it thrice. So we are going to send these options as well. So by default they are false. I don't have to pass them. Oops, that's boolean. Okay. So by default I don't have to pass these things. I only want the status as array, which we will pass in the query, and the garage ID, that is also we will pass in the where condition. These two we are going to, based on the status, based on the boolean, we are going to render the check-in and check-out buttons for the manager. Fine. Also, I'm going to have a search bar here where the manager can search the vehicle number. Okay, let's create the component. We're going to have some margin top. Pass the garage ID as garage ID. Status is, for the first one, which is in, the status is going to be booked, valet pickup, or valet assigned for check-in. If it is booked, the user may actually come and check in. The valet picked up, valet assigned for check-in. These statuses are all open for check-in actually. Okay, so for the first index 0, I'm passing the show garages. Let's have a search bar in the top. I'm gonna have this icon search from the tabular icons. The search term I'm going to use state to manage the search terms. And yeah, so I'm going to make this a whole flux box with some really good width, full roundedness, shadow, background white with some adding the X. Let's have a look. This is the component. The whole thing is a flex box. This is the input element. Maybe this when the input box focuses, it looks odd actually, but yeah, I'm going to go with this. That is a search bar. Then I'm going to use the show data. For that, we need to use the bookings for garage document. We are ready with that. I'm going to import the use query and use mutation because we also have we only want to use query. Okay. Here, let's pass the variables. We need to pass the garage ID that comes from here. And also, yeah, we are going to do the pagination. So let's import the use take skip that just gives these 4 things, setters and values. Pass the skip, take, then say the where condition. I'm going to use the status in. Okay, there's a problem here. So let's quickly go to the where bookings. Here there's a problem. The status is just gets one booking status, okay, but we want to get an array and we want to get the bookings that have the statuses in an array. So we need to modify the status one. I'm going to create a enum booking status filter like this. I think we already did something like this. Okay, and instead of, so basically now we can use this in and we can pass that. We can also use the not or not in. I'm going to fix this. Okay, now the API ran. I also have to rerun the code gen in the network. Now when I go back to the show garages, the where is happy. One more thing I forgot is here we have to actually do a filter. So we got the garage ID. We are actually doing this authorization. Only the managers of the garage can access the this query. But I forgot to actually filter the data, which is the slot is garage ID equals garage ID. So that will filter the slots based on the garage ID. Okay, so I had to add this. If I'm not doing this, we can still do that in the front end. Okay, this where condition, the input type allows us to actually do the filter in the front end using the use client. But I want to keep the front end a bit simpler as much as possible. So the status filter is there, and also I'm going to conditionally add the vehicle number. Okay, I'm also passing the code as insensitive so that even small letters will work. Okay, that is it. Now we have to populate the show data. First, let's add the loading pagination. So we get the bookings for garage length, that is the result count. We also get the total count with the bookings count. Fine. Now I'm going to use the data, just loop through the data. Okay. Let's pass the key there. Here we're going to create another component called manage booking card. That card is going to have all the information about the booking. Let's quickly create that. Manage booking card.tsx. So this is going to get the bookings for query, bookings for garage query, the item. Okay, and we get this. We are going to display the vehicle number, slots, display name, booking status, the passcode, and the dates. This is a opinionated like key value pair component. I'm going to create this simple title value component in the atom. So they just give some styles. I have two types of title. These are like two types of key value pair. Small text gray. Here the title is smaller. The children is a bit stronger. Here the title is stronger. The children is smaller. Strong value. Okay. Let's import that. This is the opposite of it. Title value where the title is strong. I'm also going to create this simple reveal component, which will on clicking it will show the information secret. When we click back, it will hide it again. Okay, so the whole component is just a button. We are using useState to store the state. Initially it is false, that means it is closed. So if the revealed is false, I'm going to have a bg checker. We need to actually create this class name. You will create the class, or else it's just a plain bg white with some shadow. Here we actually make the text as transparent and bgs checker, so the text won't show up. Also I have enriched the component with the show instructions. If the instructions, it will show hide or tap to reveal. That is for more better accessibility. Let's quickly go to the UI CSS, and that is the bg checker class name. We are going to have this background image with a linear gradients. Import the reveal. Also let's import the start end date card. These are all like simple layout components. Just we will have some styles. We'll have those will get some text. In this case it is getting the start time and end time. Start end date card. Date card.tsx. I'm going to have this. The interface gets the start time and end time. First we find the difference in time. It gets the start time, end time. Let's go to the date file in the util library. So this is the difference in time. I think already we have that difference in time. Okay, so it basically gets the start time, end time, and the unit. We find the difference in milliseconds, and based on the unit we return a different number. Okay, that is difference in time, then get time units. This thing works like we get the time in seconds. Okay, so we get the difference in seconds, and then we pass it inside here, and that this is going to return back in whatever unit we want. Okay, yeah, so it is going to return back days, hours, minutes, and time string. Probably I think we can have separate functions to return separate formats. Feels like we are calculating a lot of things at once, and I'm only using the time string. Fine, so basically we're going to have a date, an arrow inside, an arrow in between, and then we are going to have number of hours. So that's the whole thing. We also need a date card, as you can see here. We are going to get a different time and a date. Format date custom. So I can go to the util. This thing gets the format. This uses a format from the date FNS, and it gets the format string additionally. So we convert that into a date, and then we return the formatted string. I am not sure why I would want this to do. Wow. Wait. We directly use the format here from the date FNS. Not there. Okay, and then here let's convert that into a date, new date. That should work. We don't want that format custom. Fine, so that's the date card. We have the manage booking card now ready. Now we can go back here and we can render the manage booking card. We only have to pass the booking information, which is here, and key. Okay, so that's it. Now we have the show booking garages ready, right? When we go to here, I only have to modify the statuses, and we will have all the 3 pages. I think that we have a pending booking there. You can see in the Prisma Studio, we had a sample booking. Both these bookings are in booked state. Okay, so we will see some results in this page. List garage bookings. Second one is checked in and valet. First one is booked, valet picked up, and valet checked out for check-in. Valet assigned for check-in. The second one is going to have status as checked in. So if the user is already checked in, we are going to let the user check out. Or if the valet is assigned for checkout, the valet will pick the car from inside the garage, and that person will check out. So these are the 2 statuses to look for. Finally, the resolved status is simple. We only show the checked out status. And interestingly, all 3 are empty. I am actually expecting some booking result in the first one. I think also it gets cached. Okay, got it. So, yeah, we are in the wrong. Okay, I was looking in the wrong. Remember, the booking IDs the garage IDs are actually 8 and 9, and these bookings happened for the slot with the garage ID of 1. Okay, So when I actually used the the web application to create the booking, I did not create these garages. So fine, let's create a booking. Let's run the users front-end web application that is going to run on localhost 3001. So this is just we are doing some checks. Probably let's clean that up. Page, I am doing some simple search garages document. I'm going to delete that. Here we are going to have a huge a 3D scene, basically. Hello world, that is sufficient. All these things we don't want. Okay, cleaned up. Let's go to the search page. And you saw the loading bar, and we have our 3 garages showing up. So this is the Empire State Building garage. This is the park a lot near the Central Park. Okay, let's do a parking for a car. Time is fine. I'm going to give some number and phone number. And of course, I'm going to have the valet. The drop off. I want the drop off here. The pickup has to happen here. Fine. Let's have it for like 2 hours. $30. Book now. Okay. User. I have been using this date for really long, and finally got expired. Hey, we still don't have the booking page ready. Booking page for the user. Still, the booking is successful, because if something had went wrong, we have a booking failed page. Okay, now we can see the newly created booking here, and also this guy must see the booking. So I did the booking from the Central Park one. This is the one. Ian must get some values actually. Okay, that's the booking card. You can also search for some. Okay, car number, and this is the reveal component. On clicking this, it reveals the code number, and you can make sure from the customer whoever is checking in. So basically we need to check in this, right? So that's why in the show garages booking we get the show check-in, show checkout booleans. Let's do that. Show garages booking. Under the card renders all the information the manager wants to see. For the vehicle number, which car slot the vehicle is going. This is the whole display name of the slot. For the slots that use bicycles, that will show cycle 0, cycle 1, so on. It also displays the time of the booking, the start time, end time. And we are going to have the buttons or anything below the booking card. So if show check-in is sent, I'm going to create a check-in button. Fine, so now we have to create the check-in button. Let's do that. So for this we need to check in out buttons .tsx. So this is a check-in button. Create booking timeline document. So a check-in is not a booking, but it's a booking timeline. we're going to change the booking status and we will insert a role in the booking timeline. So we need to add a resolver there. Okay, for check-in and checkout only managers can do. I'm going to the booking timeline resolver. So right now the booking timeline service is simple. It gets the status, booking ID, wallet ID, and it is simple. We are going to modify this. So create booking timeline. I'm going to only pick the types, booking ID, and the status. And in the resolver, booking can be done by the manager and the admin. Also, we have to make sure that the manager we get is a manager who is responsible for that garage. So again, I'm going to get the booking. We get the booking ID. I'm going to get the managers. So going into the slot, garage, company, managers, I'm getting the UIDs of all the managers. Okay, and I'm going to use the row level check, permission check, passing the user object and also passing all the manager UIDs. And then I'm going to create a Prisma transaction. This Prisma transaction, the first one, we're going to do the status update, the new status which we got. The second one is we're going to create a booking timeline, having the status, the manager ID, and the booking ID. That's it. And now we can return the booking timeline data. Fine. Now let's go back and let's create the input file for the code gen, create booking timeline. I always suggest you to use this explorer so that you won't have to guess any of these property names. And let's also make sure that we have the create booking timeline document here. That's what we are going to use for check-in and checkout. And we were here. I can import this from the generated code and the use mutation from the Apollo query, Apollo client. So yeah, this is just a button, one button that is going to do a mutation. I'm passing the status as checked in. We're going to also refetch all the bookings for garage queries. That's it. That is the check-in button. Let's also create the checkout, which is going to be really similar. So we are using the same mutation there, but passing a different status and refetching the same one. Yeah, actually we can reuse. Okay, let's reuse. I'm going to get the status here, booking status, also the button text, a string. So the button text goes here. We need to get the button status and the status here, button text and status. The status goes here, and everything is same. Maybe I can call this check-in out. I'm going to delete this. Fine. Now we are back here to the show garages booking, and I have to pass. This is for check-in, so the status has to be booking status dot checked in. That is the status, and the button text is check in. Again. Fine. Similarly, if the show checkout, the problem happens is that why we are this feels like a prop drilling, right? This travels from the list bookings for garages to here, and based on that I'm having a different buttons here, and inside the button also I'm passing the different status. Okay, so this can be cleaned up. Need to, okay, that's the card, and I'm not seeing any. Yeah, so here the first one I'm going to enable the show check-in. The second one is for the out, where I'm going to enable the show checkout. Now what, why am I seeing both the buttons? Show garages booking, I have only enabled the show check-in. Oh, got it. I made a mistake here, so I put the same boolean twice. Fine, now we have the check-in here. Let's try to check in. So that's the booking. Now when I'm checking in, let's also add the loading. Okay, it's already added. Okay, it loads. It actually went away because the whole thing refetched. Now it's in the out part. Okay, and it's also showing the time. And when the time comes, the user can check out. And if the vehicle wants to get out for some reason, the manager can check out also. So we are not hiding it. Okay, that's the garage booking management. Okay, in this section we are going to create the bookings page for the customer, but before that I'm planning to actually create an accordion. When we expand that, we will see all the statuses and the timestamp, and in the head of the title of the accordion we will have the current status along with the time. So let's see, we have to first modify the query, which is this bookings field. I think we can just copy paste this to the Explorer. Oh, we cannot have Explorer. Oh, so we have to use that. Okay, now, yeah, fine. So the plan is, that is the current status. Now we can also add the timeline. We don't have timeline in the booking. Let's go to the booking resolver. Okay, yeah. We don't have a resolve field for the booking timeline. Booking timeline entity. So this is booking timeline, and I'm going to get all the booking timeline dot find many where booking ID is booking.id. Okay, that is a booking timeline. Now we can come and get the booking timeline. So basically I want the status and the timestamp. That should do. So I'm going to copy this, and let's put it inside the bookings field. Fine. Okay, the network ran properly. List garages for list garage bookings. Now this booking information we pass, we get here the data, the booking, this is going to have the booking timeline. That is an array, and we can get the status and timestamp. Okay, fine. So we have to modify the booking, manage booking card. Already we are displaying the status. So I'm planning to use the accordion. Okay, forgot how to use the accordion. Let's see an example. So we can pass the title. So this is where I'm planning to actually pass the current status, and it's going to be closed by default. And in the children, we are just going to list the status and the timestamp. That will do. Okay. So default open is false. I think it is false by default. And then the title is going to pass a div here. Let's get the booking.status. That is sufficient. I'm not going to again fetch when this particular status happened or something. That will do. And then let's just have a let's just have some flex call with some gap too. And then let's just loop through the booking timeline dot map timeline. Then I'm going to render the timeline dot status. We also have to give the key. I'm going to give the timeline dot timestamp as the key. That is going to be unique. Fine. We can also use this title strong value or title value, where the value is going to be timeline dot timestamp, and the title is the status, timeline dot status. Fine. Something wrong with the API? Everything is working. Loading user. Okay, so now we are seeing this, right? Checked in. When I open, we have to format this. But yeah, looks fine. I'm going to take the entire thing here. Okay, and I'm going to put it as the title. I like the so now that is the title of the accordion, but that looks like a property in the card. When I click that, it will show that. So all other timelines. Right now we only have one, so it does not make sense much. But now we have to format this. Format from dateFNS. Okay, and let's just use the that will give us the date and time. Also we have to convert this into a date. Fine, right? That looks clean. The accordion, I want the arrow to be in the center. Let's quickly see if we can do that. This is the title. Justify between. Let's add the item center. Okay, it looks like, yeah, looks good. Maybe let's add the accordion as the last one. What do you think? After the time, probably time should go to the top. Fine. So actually, this makes sense because we also have this checkout button, and then we can see the timelines of what happened with the booking. Yep. So we have the, yeah, still feels crowdy. Okay. Yep. I'm going to go with this card now. Let's move on with our front end booking page. Bookings right now we don't have anything. Let's create the template first. I'm going to create a customer bookings template. Also, this data needs to be, user needs to be logged in to access this data. What happened to this is logged in? Organisms is logged in. Okay, fine. Now inside the template, I'm going to create a new template called customer login.tsx. So we're going to use almost the same query. That's why I created that fragments customer bookings. Again, I'm going to use the same tab panel. I'm going to need a use state. Here again, I will start using the, so this time we only have the past and the current and upcoming ones. So the current and upcoming ones will be seen in the one page. The past will be seen in another page. So basically, we are going to have the 0 or 1 here. Then let's create the tabs. First, let's use a fragment, and I'm creating a tabs. So this is some internal logic I came up with to create two screens to share the components. We're going to have ongoing and past. For the ongoing, I'm going to have this where condition where the end time is greater than whatever that has end time that is greater than the current time. We are going to see that as an ongoing. Anything that has less than the current time, it is in the past. We can also filter this. So in the previous thing, we used the states of the booking to come up with the past, present, and future. Okay, actually this looks stupid to me. Let's go back and we will follow the same technique how we were passing the statuses, and we used those statuses in the where condition and fetched. I think the same technique works for the customer bookings also. We are using the statuses. So let's copy this property, and we will go back here and okay, so this is list customer bookings. Let's rename the file name also. This is list customer bookings, and then we will have the show customer bookings, just like how we have show garage bookings. Show customer bookings. This time we don't even need to pass the garage ID. We don't need to pass these booleans. We only want the statuses because we know who the customer is. Okay, so that's the show customer bookings. Okay, now let's get the UID. I'm going to get that from the use session from the next auth React, and I'm getting the UID with that. And also let's get the pagination use take skip, and let's get the set skip set skate set take skip take. and I'm going to use the use query from the Apollo client. The bookings document should actually okay. So already we have the bookings for garage. It's going to be same for the bookings for customer, but we won't need to pass the this is bookings for customer, and the query name is just bookings. We don't have to pass the garage ID, so that is the difference. And the network, okay, that did not give me any error, so we are good with the bookings for customer query. Now let's use that here, customer document, and we can pass the variables here. Variables skip, take, and in the where I'm going to use the statuses. Status in, I'm going to pass the statuses. Also, customer ID is the UID. Okay, it's complaining that the UID is not valid. So technically, we can actually get the so here we can get the UID. We can pass to the linked list customer bookings. Okay, so we can pass the UID here, and then we can turn in the tab panel. We will be using the show customer bookings, but that is a headache. I'm going to use the use lazy query so that we can use a mutate function. I mean the fetch function, get bookings. Okay, so I don't have to pass the variables here. Let me just cut that, and we will do it inside a use effect. Let's return a null here just to make it eligible for. So only the UID is there. We're going to call the get bookings along with these variables. Okay, variables. Fine. Okay, you have to pass the equals UID. Fine. If I take this condition, oh, okay. We don't want the use lazy query. I misjudged the error. I was thinking I automatically assumed that it is complaining that UID may be null or undefined. But that is not the case, I think. So let's just, okay, so this is simpler, right? I don't want to use a use effect, so that's why I'm trying to avoid this. So this thing will work. We get the data here, and inside the data we're going to have the bookings count, and we can loop through the booking to find all the information along with the booking timeline also. Okay, fine. Let's use the show data. Let's pass the error, loading, pagination stuff. Okay, all these coming from the network call. These also are coming from this data. Inside that we are going to create a simple booking card. So this is similar to what we have what we did earlier for the garage, but this is going to be a bit different. Fine, let's create the customer booking card. Inside organism we're going to create customer booking card. So this is going to get the booking information as the prop from the bookings for customer query bookings number. Okay, and we declare the component. I'm going to get the location of the garage first, and then I'm going to create a card. So we will start with a BG white with some shadow. I'm going to actually have a static map in the top, like image in a card component, and also that static map is going to be a link. On clicking that, it will open Google Maps with the same location. Okay, so let's make it a Fluxbox column, and I'm going to use the start end date card. Sorry. Now let's have a look. This is the show customer bookings. Now we have to, we need a label ongoing past. Okay, maybe we'll have the ongoing here and the past. Actually, yeah, so that's why I set this default value. Okay, so the ongoing is going to be the default one. Fine. So after the tabs, we're going to have two tab panels. The first one is the index 0, and then second one is index 1, and inside these we have to use the show customer bookings. What should I pass here? Yep, statuses. Yeah, so for the past, I'm just going to pass the checked out as the only status. Let's also add the upcoming. Okay, so for ongoing means the user has checked in. Okay, first let's just go with the ongoings only. I'm going to collect all these statuses from the both of these things, and I'm going to use them. Okay, now let's have a look at the bookings page. Yeah, so list customer bookings, it has to be a use client. Something went wrong. I think I'm missing a container. Forbidden resource. Okay, makes sense. So yeah, so I made that booking resolver query admin only. Okay. Remember how we added the customer ID from the front end? I'm going to just make it logged in, and this is bookings for customer. And also we are going to get this user information, and we will automatically filter the bookings. I'm going to get all the arguments here, and also in the where separately. I'm going to first spread all the where conditions, and then I'm going to automatically, not automatically, but I'm doing this here in the backend equals user.uid, so that I don't have to add this additional where condition from the backend. So this is for the bookings for customer. This main bookings query is admin only because I want nobody to access all the bookings. So we have these three types of queries going on. One is booking for garages. Also we are doing a lot of checks here to make sure that nobody else will look at all the bookings about a garage. Similarly, for booking for customer, this user object cannot be passed. We get that from the token. So nobody can fake this. Even if the where condition, somebody fakes another customer ID in this request, this customer ID will overwrite this condition. Okay, now let's rename the query from bookings for customer. I have to change this. Okay, I think yeah, network is happy. Now let's rename. Oh, I don't have to add this. That's the only difference. Okay, so, and also I have to rename this bookings for customer. For customer. Okay, now we are seeing something there. Ongoing is the fine. There are no results for the past, and in the ongoing we have only one booking. Actually, I'm logged in with the manager guy. Really confused here. Okay, fine. Let's continue working with our customer booking card. Right now we only have this start end date card. I'm going to create a component called map link. I'll just copy paste that. We will walk through code. So here I'm getting some icon waypoints. Okay, so on clicking this will actually take some children. I'm planning to actually have a static map inside this map link. On clicking that, we're going to open Google Maps. Okay, you can see that google.com search API1. If and also optionally we can pass waypoints here. Okay, this is going to be, you can even pass one item. If you only want one position, one location lat long, you can pass one item. So that's the first condition. I get the lat long from the first item, and then we are just creating this Google Maps URL, and just we are using a next link. I'm also making it open in a new tab. If that's the first condition, we'll just we deal with that. And then okay, so first condition is if waypoints dot length equal to 0, I'm just going to return null. We are not going to do anything. We get nothing to do. That's the first condition. Second condition is 1, and then anything above 1, we're going to first get the origin, the first item. Destination is the length -1, the last item, and the params, we're going to also get all the intermediate locations. And then I'm doing this origin, destination, waypoints as the waypoints param. Okay, so that's the origin, destination, and the intermediate locations. And we are using the next link to create a link. That is the first component. The second component is we also need a static map to display. I'm going to copy this inside the maps and we will talk through it. So padding is not required actually, but yeah. Okay, so the static map simple gets only one item, only one location. This is my own map box theme I created, and then I'm mentioning that as a static pin. Yes, I'm mentioning the position. Yeah. Okay, so I was mildly confused why I'm using the same position lang lat and long lat again, right? So this is for the pin. Okay, and this is for the center of the map. Okay, and I'm passing the token. You can also modify, you can add some padding. I was playing around and then I abandoned using that. Yep. So the point is the pin does not have to be in the center, so that we are mentioning twice. In this case, the pin is going to be in the center because we pass the same distance, same position for both. So that this is the static map simple. Let's go back to the customer booking card. We are going to use both these components there. Customer booking. We have that. And then I'm going to have a map link. We are going to we only have only one point here. And then for the map simple, I'm passing the location. Let's have a look. Okay, so I have to actually configure this next config web. We have to do it for all the front-end applications we have. I'm going to add the images, remote patterns, and the host names. Okay, api.mapbox.com and also the rest.cloudinary.com. Let's also do the same thing for the manager. Fine. Now let's refresh. Okay, that is the card. And on clicking it, it will open Google Maps and it points. That is the location, right? That is the location I dragged and location of the garage. When we build the Valet application, we will use the same technique, but we will create the directions using Google Maps. Fine. Something happened to the container. Maybe I should have the container here. And children. Yep. Looks good. Fine. So we are working on the customer booking card. Keep booking. This is bookings for customer. And then we are going to have some 2-column grid, and we are going to have some important information about the whole booking, like the slot display name, vehicle number, status. Okay, I'm going to replace this with what we did with an accordion, right? So that the customer will also see what went in the timeline. So this one, I'm going to just copy that and replace this. Let's also import the accordion from the items. Time value, format from data furnace. Okay, so we have okay, that's not positioned properly, and also yep, that's not positioned properly. Maybe that should not go in the grid layout. Let's take that out and we'll keep it out. Okay, there is some padding problem there. Padding should go here. No, I don't want padding. Okay, this is not the worst thing, but looks okay to me. If we have some gaps here, not going to look terrible. Fine, this is not bad. I'm happy with this. I'm going to okay. So the customer is not going to do anything there. They don't have any action buttons. Okay, so just for testing, I'm going to check out from the manager account. I check out. Now in the result, they can see these two statuses. Similarly, now this page somebody has to refresh. We are not having some like GraphQL subscription or anything. Yep. So we have the customer bookings page. manager bookings page, and also everything is responsive. I mean, yeah, the information, the data will refetch accordingly when we do the mutations. So I think, yeah, so I should move on with the Valet application, where the Valet will be searching, committing to an assignment, and they will be finishing that at their assignment, and all those things will automatically be reflected here and the customer application also. Yep. See you in the next one. Okay, so now we have the front-end applications, for the customer and for the manager, and we did a check-in, check-out action. Now I'm going to create the Valet application that is going to run on port number 3003. So from the root, I'm going to create, inside the apps, I'm going to create a new next application. So I'm going to call this Valet, web-Valet. Enable TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind, SRC, app router, and no for import alias. So the project is getting created. Again, we have to set the Tailwind CSS, the layout file with the toast container, header, and everything. Okay, the project is done. So it's done creating. I'm going to delete the global.css, and from the layout, let's just copy the layout from the manager. So first we are going to use the global CSS from inside the UI library. Okay, that's where we have this additional stuff. This is what we are using as a source of truth for our styles. And also let's add all the headers, so on, and let's modify the title to Autospace Valet. And inside let's copy the body along with this PG grade 25. I'm going to paste it here. And finally, we need the menu items. And let's have the menu, which is my trips. Okay, that's the only menu item. In the home screen, we are going to have all the assignments, pick up, drop for the Valet. And the my trips, we will have the trips that the Valet has accepted. Fine, that should do it. And also we have to do one more thing, the Tailwind configuration. I'm going to just, so this basically gets the Tailwind config from the UI library as a preset, and I'm also in the content going to add every tstsx files inside the application itself and also inside the UI library. So I'm going to just copy and paste. Now, okay, one more thing. In the Valet, I'm going to mark the port number as 3003. Let's go into this. Let's run the application. So let's not worry about that. Let's open localhost 3003. Okay, we have to clean up the page. We don't want anything here, just some main hello world. Fine. Next, let's create the login and register pages inside the app. Login and register. Okay, so we are not doing anything new here, just using the same register form we used for the other applications, using the same auth layout. So now this is the register page. We will, after creating the 3D scene, we will come back here and we will modify the page. This is the login, it's a register. Fine. So we already have the is logged in component, right? let's use that. Let's import the is logged in from the UI component, UI library from inside the organisms, and let's wrap. Let's use that. And also, just like the is manager, I'm going to create the is Valet component. So in the Valet resolver, I'm going to create a new query called Valet Me. So it's going to be authenticated. Valet Me. And it gets nothing. It only gets the header information. You cannot pass any arguments here. Just the whoever requests, we will send back if they have a Valet account. So this is Valet Me, and let's create that component. Before that, let's so the network library is running. It's going to be very similar to the is manager component. We are basically going to call the Valet Me document here. We get the data. If there is no data for the Valet, we are going to give back some error message. And the Valet cannot create themselves, right? So they have to be done by the manager. We will go back to that. That's the Valet's management page. That's going to be in the manager application. Here we just display the UID. So I'm going to just copy this, paste it. Is Valet. Here instead of my company document, I'm going to use Valet Me document. Oops. I did not create that query in the input. So again, let's go to the Explorer Apollo. Valet Me. Let's get the UID and company ID. Okay. Last time we were actually passing the company ID into the children. So is Valet. Let's do the same here. Let's copy that. We will put inside this Codegen input file, and that creates the Valet Me document, and we get back data.Valet Me. If there are no Valet account associated with the UID, you are not a Valet. Okay. Please contact the company's manager. So yeah, so this error message can be clearer with your ID, which is data.valetme.uid. Fine. If everything is fine, if the user is a valid Valet, then we are going to pass the valetme.company ID there. And okay, if there are no company ID associated, we are going to return that, or else we will just return the children or the render prop child along with the company ID. That's fine. That's it. Now let's go back to the page and let's use that. Valet. Hello world. Hello Valet. Let's import that. Fine. So that is the home screen. Now when I go here, I'm going to say login because we are not logged in. The next, maybe let's create a Valet. Okay. Valet1@gmail.com. Oops. Okay. The problem is I have not actually added the API routes, which is not difficult to add. We have this next route where we use the auth options. We export the handler as a get and post. And it's also we are going to collect everything that is coming through the API /auth/ whatever. So we collect everything and Next.auth will handle that. The next route is the token. We just get the cookies. and we get the next dot session token dot value. That's the cookie. So I'm going to copy this API with 2 routes, and inside the app I'm going to paste it. Fine. Now let's try to register it again. Okay, so one more thing, I did not add the environment variable. Okay, so in the web wallet.env, I'm going to create the API URL, which is 3000. The next auth URL is 3003 for the Valet, and the next auth secret is secret. This is the same secret which we used in the backend also. Now it should work. Okay, the Valet is created. We are redirected to the home page. I'm getting an error here. This hydration failed because the ensure does not match the. Okay, so that error was Next.js acting up. Okay, and it's not happening again. Okay, so that button should not be there. Let's go here and let's delete that. Your ID. Where is the ID? Got it. So since the user does not have any Valet account, this value is going to be null. So I'm going to again use the session, use session from the next auth react, and we will get the UID. Actually, we are already doing it, right? So we have this is logged in, that gives us the UID. Let's use it. The is Valet will get the UID also. UID string. Fine. Now we will have the UID there. Oh, what? Functions are not valid as child of components. Okay, so the server component was not allowing it, so I made the page line a client component. Now we have it. We have here. Fine. So let's move on to the manager page, where we will create a manage valets page. From there, we will make this person a valet, and we will come back here to see how to manage the pickup and drop assignments. Let's log in with the manager account. Since we use different URLs, we can log in with different IDs in these different applications. Okay, so here you need to create this valets page. Valets.page.tsx. Let's create a manage valets page from the UI templates. We will create that in a bit, and let's create that here. Export const manage valets equal to hello. Let's also wrap the entire section with the is logged in. Okay, so I'm going to the manage valet is a simple component. We are going to add and list the valets. Okay, so this is the component. We are yet to create the add valet and list valets. Let's first do the add valet. Let's comment this, and in the organism, let's create that component. There is going to be a form required, so let's create that form. Inside the forms, I'm going to create a create valet file, and we don't need tsx. We are not going to have the provider. Okay, so that is the schema. We're going to have get the UID, the display name, license ID, and the image. That's optional. Let's infer the type, and then let's use the use form hook. Let's create the use form hook. I'm just using the use form from the React hook form, Zod resolver from the hook form resolver / Zod, passing the schema, passing the type as a generic. That's it. Now let's go back to the add value. Let's import that. Fine. Let's create the form. Let's get the handle, submit, and register from the use form. Well, we are actually going to use a dialog. So this component will expose a button, and then on clicking it, we will open a dialog. Okay. So that's the dialog. I need a broader dialog for this, so that's why I actually have this property called width class name, and I'm passing max width XL. By default, it uses, okay, so by default, I'm not sure what the maximum width it can go. It says I'm seeing the width full. I'm not seeing anything else. Okay, yep. That is the dialog. We have to give some children add value. We have this now. On clicking it, we have the dialog. Now let's create a form inside the dialog. I'm going to get the form component from the atoms. First, I'm going to use the image preview. We already used it while creating the garage. Let's get the watch. Let's get the image from the watch. Watch. Fine. So that's what we have. Let's have the other form elements. The first one is the UID. Maybe let's have the image as the last item. First one is the UID. Let's also get the errors from the form state. Errors. Yeah, that's the UID. Similarly, we will create the display ID, display name, and the license ID. Okay, and that is the form. Let's also have a button. Okay, so now for the image, we need the use cloudinary upload. Right, in the cloudinary, we have this use cloudinary upload. I'm going to use the upload function and the uploading, that is the loading. Actually, it will return the uploading as a boolean. We have the upload. Now we will use it in on submit. Now we need the create Valet mutation. Okay, let's go to the Valet.resolver. The create, we basically just avoid these two, and we get the UID, display name, image, license ID, and not the company ID, because we are going to take the company ID from the requester. That is most probably going to be the manager. So we get the company. Let's make this async. From the company, we can get the company ID, and everything else comes here. So I have to pass the company ID separately. Also, we need the row level checking. So I'm going to get the user, and I'm going to make sure that The user is one of the managers. Managers dot map manager dot uid. Okay, so I'm just getting an array of UI manager UIDs that belong to that company. I'm passing the user. So this checks the row level, checking only the manager of that ID. Oh, actually, this does not make sense. Okay. So yeah, so we don't need that row level check because we actually get the company ID from using the requester's ID. So the requester can only add the Valet to whatever company that manager is associated with. That is what. This is enough. Let's get the create Valet mutation. So open the GraphQL query, the CodeGen input file. Let's have this name. Network library is running. Now let's add Valet. I'm going to use the use query from Apollo client. Okay, create Valet document. Okay, so it's a use mutation. I'm sorry. Use mutation, and this is going to give back the mutate function first. Create Valet, and then we're going to get the data loading and so on. Let's also add the loading here, and in the on submit, I'm going to use the handle submit that gives the data. Then I'm going to call, let's make it async, and we will just call the create Valet with the variables. I think we can simply pass the data here. Fine. Now actually we have to come here. So once we add the valets in the background, actually in this page we will be actually having a list of valets. So after creation of this valet, we have to refetch that, but we have not created the component, so we will create that and then we will come back here to see that. Now let's go ahead and create this valet. Let's have the network tab open. This is the ID. I'm going to just have this valet 1, some random license ID. So I'm going to use this. Okay, so sorry, this is from Unsplash Plus user. So he's our valet. Okay, I'm going to download it. I'm also giving a shout out to Alexander Hip on social, or copy the text below to attribute. So yep, thanks for Alexander Hip. Should I do share this on Twitter or something? That is the image. I'm going to select the image from here, and let's hit the create valet. It's loading, and we got an error. Errors. Got an invalid value 0. What? Image. Okay, got it. I did not upload this. Images equals upload of data dot image. Okay, so here I'm going to get the image first, and then I'm going to collect everything else in this data, so that now this image is going to be, let's look at this. What do we get from here? We get a file list. This is going to be okay. I need to also await this, and this is going to return back in a string of arrays. Okay, so let's destructure that. Let's spread everything, and then in the image I'm going to pass the first item, because we are going to only need the only one user, only one image. Create valet. It's loading. The image is getting uploaded, and actually I forgot again. Forgot one more thing. We need to add the on completed. Maybe let's use the toast from here. Get the toast and Valet created celebrations, and then we will also reset the form. Fine, let's see if the Valet was created actually using the Prisma Studio. Okay, that is one Valet. I'm going to delete that Valet and we will try that again. One more thing, after that I also want to close the dialog, so set open false. We're giving a toast, we are resetting the form, we are also using the set open false. Do it again. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, let's created, the dialog closed, the form got reset, we got the toast message. Fine. Now when I go here, refresh the page, it says hello Valet. Now we have to work on this list Valet component. Let's create this component. This is going to be a query. We're going to have the pagination stuff using the use take skip. I'm going to have another query here. The values is a resolver. We already have these values which we can use, but I'm going to create another query called company values. It's going to be very similar to this. We're going to call this company values, and then we also make this authenticated. Let's only allow the admin or manager to get this information. Also get the encoded token information, that is the user. I'm going to use the UID to get the company information. So this is being called by the manager, and I'm going to pass everything, pass the where condition, pass everything. The where condition has args dot where slash company ID equals company dot ID. That is the resolver. Now let's okay, also we need the company ID total. Again, we get the company information, and I'm getting the count based on this condition. Okay, how many employees are there? The thing is, the whole query exists for the pagination. Okay, the whole query exists for the pagination, and hence we also have to take this where condition, the args and the where condition inside that. Also, I don't think we need to get the whole args actually. Maybe we will get just the where condition. And let's go here. Where is Valet where input. Fine. Now let's look at the query. Again, the GraphQL page, the input file. I'm going to paste this company values. I'm going to pass all the variables, and for the company value, I'm just going to pass the where. That's it. So let's go to the list. I'm going to use the use query from the use query company value. Okay, the API has stopped working, and okay, this was also a problem. That's why I'm not seeing that query there. GraphQL here, I have to make these two as floats. Okay, now this is happy. The API again got some error. Oh, got it. In the Valet count resolve the query, it is saying that I have to pass give a name here. Now the API is happy. The network is running. Okay, something else happened. Okay, so that was fine actually. I have error not appearing here. So let's go back here. Company values document. Okay, so I'm going to use the show data. We are ready with the pagination stuff. This data also has this total dot. Okay, the total that is the total count actually. Everything is ready. I'm going to use the show data. We need to also have some children. I'm just going to loop through the company values, get the valet information using the valet card. I'm going to just pass the valet information there. This is used only for the pagination. Also all this getter setter that is required for the pagination. Let's go quickly create that valet card component. I'm going to just copy paste that from the inside the organism. So this gets the property using the generator type. Okay, company values query, company values the first item, and we don't want this. We are displaying the image, displaying the display name UID, and so on. Can we display the license ID also? License. We need to add the license ID. License ID. See, that was helpful. Fine. That is the valet card. Is just a display for nothing crazy going on. We are not fetching anything. Just get this object, JavaScript object, and we are rendering the image, giving some styles here. Also the date. That is the list valets component. Open. So I have to add this component and list valets. Fine. Now we are seeing something. Valet card is not is undefined. We have to import that. Okay. Yep. That is our valet. And also one more thing. Here I'm using a default image here in the valet card. Right. Valet.jpg. I'm going to get that. I created one using the playground AI. Okay. A default AI generated. He's our valet default image. Actually you can for default ones we should not have more definitions. It should probably have we have this user png, right? We should I was actually thinking of having just a cap for this guy, but this is what we have. That's the default valet image, and we have the display values happening. Now we have to go here in the valet page. We in the home page of the valet, we're going to list all the pickups and drops available for that company, available to accept. And the next one, the My Trips page, that is not there, but also I am seeing this needs to be updated. That is the default user image that's inside the valet page. So here I need to put the user png. Now we will get that. Okay, the home page we are going to list all the pickups and drop-offs available for this valet to accept. Let's go to the home page of the Valet application. We are just rendering the hello Valet here. Let's create a Valet home component. So again, this is going to, let's create a template. Let's use it. Again, we are going to use the same tabs design here. The templates, I'm going to create this Valet home.tsx. Create the component. I'm going to have use state with the value for managing for tracking the selected tab. I'm going to use the tabs, assign the value, and on change. I'm also having some area label. We are going to have two tab components, one for pickup, one for drop, and we are going to have two panels outside of the tab. First one is going to be the index of 1 0 and the next one is 0. And actually we can create reusable templates for, so here you can see that I'm going to create two different components for doing two different data fetching and so on, but I think that is fine. We will be using the same Valet card inside that these components. So let's create the first, let's go with the all pickup trips. I'm going to create that one inside the organism. Here we're going to fetch all the Valet pickups available for that person, and we will again use the show data and the pagination stuff to render the information. Before that, we have to actually work on the Valet in the resolver. I'm going to create a new query called Valet pickup. Okay. So this is going to return an array of bookings. We're going to get a pagination, skip and take, and only a logged in person can access it. Maybe let's narrow this to only Valet, because that's what we do from our front end. Nobody else is actually accessing this. And then we already have this valid, the service, the Valet service has a, so basically I'm going to create a service method here called valid Valet. So it just gets the UID, sees if the Valet account available for that UID. If not, it's going to throw an error, because I keep needing to get the Valet, and I had to actually repeatedly check this condition. So I created this service here. Now let's get back here to the resolver, and let's fetch the Valet first. Well, wait, this dot Valet service dot valid Valet. I'm going to pass the user.uid. So basically we are going to return a list of array, and an array of bookings. Let's pass the skip and take, and inside the where condition, I'm going to first check if the Valet, we get the company ID from here. Okay, so and check, first check is the slots must belong to the slots of the bookings, actually must belong to the company. That is the first one. The second check is the Valet assignment. So basically I'm checking that the Valet pickup lat is not defined, it's not undefined. That means we have the Valet location there, pickup location there, but no Valet ID is set. Okay, so that is the that's what we are going to return in this query. Okay, let's do the same for the next one. Okay, so before that, we are having this pagination, right? So every query needs to also get the count. The next one is just going to return a number. It's going to call Valet pickups total. This is Valet pickups. This is Valet pickups total, which won't get you any information here, because here also we are not having any where condition. We are not going to have any sorting or filtering capabilities for the Valet pickups also. And here I'm doing the same conditions, and we are retaining just the count there. Okay, now let's do the Valet drops. It's going to be similar to the Valet pickups. Again, we are only getting the pagination stuff. We are getting the valid Valet, and the conditions go like we filter the slot booking slot to belong to that company, and the condition is we have the return lat not null, and the return Valet ID null. So somebody is expecting that to somebody actually set this to be something. The location is the return Valet is set, but the return Valet ID is not set. That's the thing this query returns. And once the Valet ID somebody accepts that, then the Valet ID gets filled, and this won't return anything. Let's also do the one for the Valet drops count, the total. Status is not enough, not required. These conditions are good. So I just added these 4 queries here. Now let's add the Valet pickups and Valet drops queries along with their counts. So in the GraphQL, the codes and input type, I'm going to paste these two. You can again actually use a fragment to remove duplication. We can do it, but I'm going to just move on. These are the 2 queries along with this. We cannot select anything from here inside because that thing is a number. Okay, let's make sure that the network is running. Let's run this. And okay, we have some problem. All these things have to be float. Now the network is happy. Let's go back to the show Valet all cup. First, I'm going to use this Valet pickups document. This is for picking up, selecting the logic we just saw, right? It requires a pickup. It has a pickup location, but it does not have a pickup Valet ID. And I'm going to return a show data, passing the loading, passing the pagination stuff. And then I'm going to loop through the data. Let's just have something here like booking dot ID. So what do we have here? I'm going to create a Valet trip card. That's what we're going to use in all the 4 sections. So in the home page, we have 2 sections, all drops, all pickups. And also in the My Trips page, we have show all My Trips, the trips that the particular Valet has accepted to do. All those 4 sections, I'm going to use the same card. I'm going to call this Valet trip card.tsx. The type is going to be, we're going to actually create a static map. So we need the start location, that is a partial lat long. The lat long is just a lat and long numbers. The booking information, we need the time of the booking and the ID of the booking. And the card also gets a children and the garage information. Okay, I don't think we need the garage information. Okay, so just the start location, end location, booking information, and the children. Let's create this component. Okay, so already in the directions component, we did something like this. We get the origin, we get the destination, and we generate the distance and the coordinates. like this. Okay, so we need this logic actually. In all other in all pages about the value, we need the directions. We are also going to display the distance. So I'm going to actually create a hook inside the hooks called directions. Going to be very similar to exactly what we did here, but I'm going to make it along with the loading states, error state, and so on. These are the 4 states I'm going to manage and return back. Okay, data, distance. The data is the coordinates, all the distance, all the lat longs in between. And finally, we will return back all these 4 information, and in between, I'm going to use a use effect to do some to find those values, data, distance. Okay, so if there are no start or end, I'm going to set the data and distance to empty array and null, and I'm just going to return that. And I'm going to set the set true, loading to true. Then from inside a try catch, I'm going to first get this response. Okay, that's what we did here. Here we are using this immediately invoked function expression, right? We can also do this. We can assign this whole thing, create a function, fetch data. And this is an asynchronous function. I'm going to keep everything inside it. I'll fetch this try catch, try. And then we can call this. Okay. Maybe if this syntax does not make sense, or if unwantedly complex, you can just assign an asynchronous function and you can call at the end of the use effect. You cannot directly use the await inside the use effect. That's why. Okay, so basically we are doing the same thing. We get the data back, we get the coordinates, and then we will set the data and the distance. That's it. And in case of an error, I'm going to set an error here, and finally I'm going to set the loading state to false. This is exactly what we did here also, but here we don't have the loading state. I'm going to set this to any. Okay, and in the use effect, I'm going to set the start and end. These are the start and end locations. First, let's use the hook here instead of doing all these things. I'm going to just use this component to get the importing the use map box directions, and from here we can get the data, distance, error, and loading. And basically we can remove this. Oh, we're also debouncing it. Yeah, fine. Basically, and then I'm going to pass the start. Okay, I just have to pass the origin debounced and destination debounced. Fine, and I don't have to set this. I don't have a reference here. That's it. We get the origin destination, we debounce that, we use this hook to get that, and instead of the coordinates I have to pass the data, and here I have to use the coordinates, and now it's fine. That's it. Now I'm going to use the same thing. So yeah, we don't want the here we are not using the distance, but still it's the same API. We are not doing any additional work. Okay, let's take this, go back to this Valet trip card. I'm going to use the same map, same hook there. And here, instead of the debounced things, I'm going to add pass the start and end. Fine. If for some reason the start and end are not valid, I'm going to return an alert section saying something went wrong. And to check the validity of this location, I have this util function in the util library. I'm just going to keep an index.ts and have this. Basically, we're going to get an object, and that is going to be lat long. And I'm just returning if the object or lat, object or long should not be undefined. Let's import that. Okay. Now we have the data. We have the data is the coordinates. We have the data and we have the distance. Let's use the map link and static map. The map link takes a start and end, and it actually just creates a link. This is the URL. Okay, the query is going to be lat long, and if there are more waypoints, we're going to actually hit the Google Maps with the origin and the destination. Origin, destination, and the waypoints. The waypoints are the locations without the origin and the endpoints. And the static map. Okay, I think we have to create that. I'm going to create a static map inside. We already have the static map simple, which gets this position and it just creates a pin there. Remember, pin and the central location, and then we are passing the resolution, access token, everything. I'm going to create a static map directions. This is again a static map, but this is going to render the path. We're going to get the, okay, we need to install this. We're going to get the start end. They're going to be this, instead of this, we can use the lat long type. Okay, just that's same. Having some padding. We're not going to use the pitch here. Pitch will create some tilt, makes the map tilted. That is confusing for a static map. So, and then we have all the coordinates. If there are no coordinates, I'm going to just return an error. I mean, just a square there with some background color on the shadow. And I'm generating a polygon dot. This is similar to what we did earlier in the directions component, but that is a live map. That is not a static map. That's a live map, and when we drag the marker, the directions get redrawn. But this is for a static map, that's why. But still, it is exactly the same. Okay, I mean, let's quickly see. Type, properties, geometry. This is the same thing. Okay, we are creating a bounding box. Okay, we know the start location, we know the end location. We also have some padding there. Okay, so I'm making sure that this is the bounding box based on the lat and long of the start and end location. If something goes like that, the static map will perfectly bound both locations. And I'm using the style I have been using. We are creating a pin for the start, pin for the end, and the path is the encoded. That is the encoded polyline that we are creating here. Okay, that's the resolution, and maybe let's increase this a bit, 600 to match what we had earlier. And the access pattern, and we are using a simple image component to render that. Okay. Previously, I did not require this component because I was using the source and layer, and this source and layer exists inside the actual living map. But this is, we are creating an URL and we need this encoded polyline, and I had to install this package. Okay, let's go to the UI library and install that. Okay, so we also need to install some type definitions for this. Add dev dependency types. Okay, static map directions is ready. Okay, let's use this. Let's quickly see a demo here. So instead of this, I'm going to directly use this component, and we will pass the required stuff. Here I'm going to just pass the ID and the time. So maybe destructure this. We get ID. Let's pass the ID and time. Time is going to be start time of the booking. That is going to be different actually. This is, we are dealing with the pickups. So when the customer set a start time for the booking, that start time is going to be the time of the valet picking up the vehicle. Then let's pass the start and end locations. This will also differ for other pages. The start is going to be the pickup and lat location. The end is going to be the garage location. I think it also requires a children key. Let's add the key. Let's add the booking ID key. Let's not destructure it. Booking.id. Oops. Booking.id. Okay, so this is good. Let's look at that. Not defined. Okay. We now only have this show valet. We pick up all trips. Let's go to the page and home page. Valet home. So valet pickup. Let's just hide this. So yep, this is what we have. Pickups, drops. Maybe I don't need this heading. It is redundant. We can take that out. Okay. Now let's do the same for the next one. This is the show valet all pickup trips. Let's create one for the show valet all drop trips. I'm going to just copy this. You only need to change the query, which is valet drop component. Valet drops total. This is return lat. Okay, this will actually change start and end locations. Here the start location is going to be the garage address, right? Because the valet has to pick the car from the garage, and then the end location is going to be wherever the user set the return location to be. Yeah, this is unfortunate, but there is a difference between the pickup location and the return location. The return location here can be number or null. The end type, I'm making it as a partial. That means there can be undefined or null. So if I add null here, come back, it takes. Okay. I'm not going to do it. Yes, I use this in other use the types in other places also. So I'm going to add this dirty way of fixing the error, null versus untype, and that won't make a difference in our application. So I'm just, if it's falsy, it could be null. That is the problem TypeScript is explaining. I'm just, if it's null, then make it undefined, and the TypeScript is happy with that. Now I have 2 pages. Let's use that. Show Valet. Here I have to rename the component. That's it. Now we have both these pages ready. I'm not sure why don't we have some caching going on there. It's loading every time, I think. Yeah, okay. The problem, maybe it got some error and return null for the, okay, so we have to modify the Valet resolvers. Here we have the Valet pickup and drop. You're returning the bookings here. The booking resolver, we have this Valet assignment thing. We return this, and here I have to actually set the return Valet ID. So these IDs can also be null. That is the problem. I have changed that. The API is running. Now let's see. Oh, I actually got a pickup here. Yeah, the problem is that the access token is undefined. I have to add the mapbox token to the environment variable files .env file of the Valet application. Okay, I have added it. Now let's refresh. Okay. Now we have to set the next config. We already have set up this next config in the manager application. I'm just going to copy that. We have a next config in the Valet, and yep, pasted it. Now the image should work. Okay, that is the map, and that is a static map. It's just an image. We are not, that's just the image with the URL with this href. Fine. And the good thing is, one more good thing is, on clicking it, it will open the Google Maps, and along with the, I was actually expecting the directions to work. Okay, yeah, it's there. Was it loading? Let's click it again. Clicking it, it's opening on a new. Oh, yeah. So it takes some time to come up for the Google Maps to create that direction. Also a drop. Both are from the same booking. Okay, so here, this is the garage, the corner of the central park. This is for the drop. The Valet has to start here and end here, and in the pickup, happening here. The Valet has to pick up the car here, vehicle here, and then they have to drop in the B, which is the garage. It's from the same booking. Let's complete the Valet card, and it makes sense. Valet trip card. Right now we just have the map. We have to add more. Okay. So after that, we just have some information. The format is going to come from the date FNS format. So yep. So we're going to have a map there. The body is going to have some padding, BG white, and it will have some space for the children. We have a whole flux box, and inside that we have the date which is going to have this is the time only, this is the date. We actually keep the time a bigger text, date a smaller text, and the flex box on the right side, we are going to display the distance. And optionally, this component is going to take some children, and we will render inside this body content, okay, inside this padding. So we are going to actually have the accept buttons. We are going to pass it. We're going to use the same card in different templates and different actions. Yep, I have updated the Valet trip card, so it should render. Hello. That's because I'm passing that as a child from the Valet all pickups. Here I'm passing that child. I don't have to. So this is the card. We are showing the date here and then the distance, and under that we will pass the button. Also the drop is working. It has to be 5:59 a.m. Okay, actually there's something wrong here. Actually, the dates are wrong. Actually, the date I mentioned in the all drop trips here, it is not the booking.start time. It is the end time. So the Valet knows when to actually. It says that 7:59 a.m. So the Valet knows that at 7:59 they have to be here. And for the pickup, they know that 5:59 a.m. they have to be here to meet the customer. So that time is the time where the Valet meets the customer. Fine. So in both these screens, we are going to have the accept button basically. And on accepting, we will modify the booking timeline. And after this, we will go on building this on my trips. We are going to use the same card with more children, and we will develop. Okay, let's create that accept button. For that, we need to start from the Valet solver. I'm going to create a mutation that is going to return on a booking. This is going to call, I'm going to call this assign Valet. So we're going to get the booking ID status, which is going to be one among these values, and the user also. First, let's get the booking that we are going to modify. So we use the booking ID there, and we are also selecting the slot, garage, company, managers, and Valet. Okay, we are selecting all these things to make sure that the right person is modifying this. And then I'm going to use the check rollable permission. I'm passing the user here, and I'm passing all the managers of the, wait a minute, yeah. So we get this user. This is not actually wrong. Okay, but there might be other better ways to do it. We're getting the user from the token, and I'm passing all the managers and valets of the company inside an array. So that's how this function works. Okay, we get the user, we get the request IDs, and we are checking if they belong to that. And then I'm going to create a transaction. So this transaction, we're going to do two things. One, we are going to update the booking status, and then we're going to create a booking timeline, and we will return the updated booking. So that's what we promised here, right? I mean, the return type is booking, so that's what we will be returning that. Now let's write the operations. First one, I'm going to do the booking.update, passing the ID, and inside the data, I'm passing the status, but also I'm doing this syntax. We have been doing this in this project a lot, right? So probably I should have more queries here rather than assign valet. Maybe there could be like accept drop, accept pickup, so that I don't have to do this. So basically, if the booking status is valet assigned for check-in, that means valet accepted a pickup. We are going to assign the pickup valet to the user ID. If it's for the valet assigned for checkout, I'm going to assign this. Okay. Next one, I'm just going to return create a booking timeline. Passing the booking ID, valet ID, status. That's it. That is the mutation. Assign valet. Now let's create the input file. Now let's make sure that the API is working. Okay, NestJS is happy. Let's go to the GraphQL queries. I'm going to create a mutation called valet assign valet, and let's make sure that it's not happy because there is something called int. It has to be float. Fine. I'm going to make it a capital case. We have the mutation now. Let's proceed to build the buttons. So that's going to happen in show all pickup. We're going to actually create a button component here for accepting the pickup. Okay, I'm going to create a assign valet button.tsx. Valet button. We are going to get the status, booking ID, and some children. Okay, first let's do the mutation. I'm going to get the use mutation from the Apollo, and also let's import the. Okay, let's do the query. This is going to be the mutation, and I'm going to pass the assign valet document. And I'm going to set the await refetch queries and also refetch queries. Okay, that's going to be an array. Inside an array, I'm going to specify some named operations. Query dot valet drops named operations dot query dot valet pickups. You will come back for more actually, okay? Because we are going to use the same button for drop when the valet hands over the car, drops the car, and also because we have like 4 operations, we are using the same button. So we will come back here to refresh more queries. And also on complete, I'm going to use the toast message. Let's import the toast from the molecules. And okay, just going to toast the valet ID. That's the booking ID actually. Fine. And then it's just a simple button. We have the button. We set the loading here. Let's get the. I'm going to call this assign pickup. Let's get the data loading. We're good. That is the button. Let's use the button here. This is for all pickups, so I have to pass the booking ID is booking.id, and status is okay. So I'm passing the booking ID. The status is going to be value assigned for check-in. Okay, value assigned for check-in. That is the status, and we see the accept button here. Let's also do the accept button in the next one. Same one, different status. Here it is. Import the button and the booking status from the generated code. Then it is for the checkout. The status is going to be on clicking the button, we are going to change the booking status to the valet assigned for checkout status. Yep, we have the accept buttons now. Maybe we can make it a full width here. You can pass full width. And what do you think? This works. Let's press the accept button. Accept. Yeah, it loaded. The action is successful. You can also see here. Let's also look at the Prisma Studio. We have booking. That is of the ID 3. So that this is the booking, and you can see the status is in Valet assigned for check-in. And automatically in the background it refetched a query. This is still there. This is a different assignment. It's the same booking, but for the Valet this is a different assignment. Let's also accept this. Okay, now the status is in Valet assigned for checkout. Still, this is the status of the booking, but still nothing happened, right? We are actually allowing the users. Probably what I'm thinking now is, in the Prisma schema for the booking, I'm thinking we should have two types of two statuses. One status manages the actual flow, like booked, checked in, checkout. All these four must come under a different status, like Valet status, which is going to be which could be optional, right? Those are the things in here. Concerns a bit for me. Okay, let's proceed to create the other two pages. Inside this My Trips, we are going to have two more sections. So we don't have to create any special resolvers queries here. We are just going to use the booking query for fetching the My Drop Trips. I'm going to call this My Drop Trips, or let's start from the My Pickup Trips. My Pickup Trips, we're going to actually call the bookings query. And then I'm going to fetch all this information: booking information, Valet assignment information, start time, end time of the booking, and the slot garage address. I'm also going to get the bookings count. Fine. Let's do the same for the My drop trips. Okay. Now we have problem with the integer. Let's make this float. Okay, fine. Let's create this show Valet my drop my pickup trips .tsx. Let's get the UID here. UID of the Valet. I'm going to use the use take tip for managing the pagination information. And then I'm going to use the use query from the Apollo client. Use the use query. I'm going to use the my pickup trip document here. Also we have to pass the variables here. I'm going to set the pass the skip take, and then I'm going to order by that time dot sort order or dot descending. This list is not going to be large actually. Any valet is not going to have a huge list of assignments. Okay, that's what I think. Maybe it is different, but I want the earliest to be in the top. That makes sense. Get the loading and data. And I'm also going to have some where conditions. Let's set the Valet assignment. Inside the Valet assignment, yes, the pickup Valet ID equals the UID. So that's how we filter all the valet assignments that belong to the valet, the requester. But also we have to filter the status, because after even finishing that assignment, the valet is still going to be there, right? So we want to further filter using this status. So we're going to look for booking status as valet assigned for check-in. Okay, that is the first one. That is sufficient actually. What happens is valet assigned. Once the valet picks up the vehicle, the card goes away, right? The status no longer applies. But I want that to be there actually. Even after clicking the pickup, I want the card to show until the assignment is not done yet, right? The valet is actually they have to check in. So I have one more condition called valet picked up. Even after the valet picks this up, the card will still showing, the information will be still showing. Fine, let's have the show data. Let's return the show data. Let's get the show data, passing the loading pagination information along with the total count. And then I'm going to use the same card. Let's loop through the data we get back. Okay, and I'm going to use the valet trip card. Okay, we also are going to send some children there. First, let's start with the key and then the booking information, then the start and end value. Here the start is going to be the pickup location, the end is going to be the garage address. After everything, we need to show more data here. Along with the booking assign valet button, we need to also show the vehicle number. That's what the valet will make sure. So I'm going to have some children. I will just copy paste and we will go through that. Let's import the valet trip card. Let's also use the reveal. Remember that on clicking it just toggles back the data to some checked background. This is assign valet button. Fine. So we are displaying the vehicle number, the passcode, booking status, and then we show the button as pickup. Let's also do the other one, show valet my drop trips, and then we will start building the my trips page. Maybe I will okay, so I'm just going to copy paste it and change the name from my pickup to my drop. My drop. Here it has to be my drop trips document. Skip take order again. This has to be the end time, right? And the status are going to be different. So the first condition is the valet ID, the return valet ID is equals to that. The status I'm going to use not in, and we're going to have only one status here, which is valet returned. Basically what we are looking for, the return valet ID has to be the user ID, the requester's ID, the status, as long as the valet returns the vehicle back to the customer, the card, that particular item, the booking will keep showing in the my drops page. Fine, everything looks similar, but we have to change the start and ended locations. Here the start has to be the garage location, and then the end has to be the return. Oops. Okay, that is going to be different. Let's go here. We did not use a fragment here because we need to get different data here. Probably you can reuse these ones. Other than the Valet, it's all same. The other stuff are same. We can create a fragment for this and reuse that. I'm going to create a fragment called fragment Valet booking fields on booking. I'm going to use these fields, and then we can spread it. Also, we can use the same thing here. Just spread it. Now the network is happy. Let's get back to the show Valet My Trips. Here the lat is going to be returned lat, is going to be returned long. Also the dirty trick I had to do, undefined. Okay, I guess this lat takes string number and undefined. This return lat can be number, undefined, and null. So we are just, if it is null, I'm making it undefined. So I think that is it. Here we have to replace, the button we have to change. The status is going to be Valet returned. This is going to be drop. Everything else is same. Fine, now we have two more templates here. Show Valet my pickup, show Valet my drop. Let's create that page. Let's go to the Valet application. Here, Valet home. Okay, I'm going to just paste this. I'm going to create this Valet trips. Fine. Again, we have pickup and drop tabs. Here we will use the create Valet my pickup trips, and here it is my drop picks. Let's okay, we have to pass the UID. We will, okay, yeah, we will do that. My drop trips. Fine. And also we have to pass the UID here. Fine. Let's get the UID from here because we are actually wrapping the entire thing with the is logged in. Is logged in gives us the UID. You can just use the use session here also and pass the UIDs, but I'm going to get that UID from there. One advantage is when we get the UID we get from the is logged in, it's not going to be undefined. Fine. Now let's create the page. I'm just going to copy this. Let's create a my-trips / page.tsx. I'm going to paste this. Instead of the Valet home, let's get the Valet trips and use it. Let's also pass the UID. Okay, it's not bad. Now let's go to the my trips page. Technically, I was expecting some data there because the last section we accepted a pickup and drop. Let's see what went wrong. Forbidden resource. Okay, so the problem is the booking resolver. We have I've made the all bookings admin only access. Okay, so I think the biggest problem with GraphQL is when you have, okay, also you can see that there is this booking for customer, booking for garage. Okay, probably I think we should create this booking for Valet also. So I think the biggest challenge is to have one query and to have these custom logics, right? For example, here, the garage ID, the bookings of the garage must be accessed only with the managers of the company the garage exists. Okay. So, yep. So that's the biggest challenge about this project. There could be a much simpler ways. Okay, I'm going to create one more bookings. Actually, if you see, actually we can combine the bookings for manager and bookings for Valet into one thing, one query, and we can actually get the managers and valets here and do the row level check, row level permission check, right? But I'm going to add this row bookings for Valet. So the idea is we're going to get the company of the valet. Find unique where valets some UID is user dot. We have to also get this user information. User.uid. Let's use find first instead. Okay, now that's fine. Now we get the company, right? And whatever arguments I pass in this, I'm going to just spread it. Also, we'll get the args dot where, and I'm going to restrict the query slot is garage is company ID is company.id. Okay, it has to have the equals. Okay, so what happens is we are going to, in the show my drop here, we're going to use this query, and we are going to actually pass all these, not this, not you. We're going to pass all these conditions, but the valet cannot see the bookings of other companies. Okay, so there is a hard check here. That is a difference for this query, and let's go and let's modify this for both the my drop trips and my pickups. I'm going to use that. Okay, this has to be say valet. That's enough actually. Fine. The network is running, the API is running. Let's go back. It's loading. Got it. There is an error here because we renamed it. So I need to change this to bookings for Valet and bookings for Valet. Same happens here also. Okay. Oops. Fine. Done. Okay. I got an idea. I was actually initially I was unhappy about the fact that the booking status includes all the statuses of the valet also, right? The booking status start with booked in, checked out, checked in, checked out, booked, checked in, checked out, and all four statuses belong to valet. But what happened is I could not use the status to filter. Okay, because we don't have any greater than this. The status does not have a sequential order like 0 to 7. So I could not use as like a greater than whatever status is after the checked in, right? That's what we need there. So valet my pickups should not show after the car gets checked in. But in the status I could not do it, but I figured out that I was able to do using this booking timeline where we actually track the log of the booking happening. Okay, here, if this particular booking ID has a checked in, that means I don't have to show that here, right? Similarly, here also in the my drops page, here none of the status should contain valet returned. Okay, that's the action where the valet hands over the car vehicle to the customer. So this thing works. We have the checked in. We actually have the checked in status here for this thing. So let's have a flow from the beginning. Let's create a new one, a booking from the localhost 3001, which is the customer facing, and then we will use the manager and the valet to deal with that. Let's go to the search. Okay, let's book this, the car. Let's from 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock, that is 3 hours, giving some car number XYZ123, phone number. Need valet? Yes, both locations are going to be different. So this is the drop off location. Oops. Okay, so it's not easy to go there. I'm going to keep that. Okay, and this is the pickup location. Fine. Okay, actually the price for the valet is not showing up. That is because I'm not using in here. I'm not using this set distance. So I changed that use effect completely. And when the distance changes, I want to actually if okay, let's just do this. The set distance. When the distance changes, you have to do that. So if set distance, I'm just going to set the distance we get back from this use mapbox directions. Okay, so we have our API ready. Web application, that is customer facing. This is manager facing. This is for the valet. Everything's ready. Now I'm going to create an admin application. So inside the apps, I'm going to create a next app called web admin. Let's enable TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind, SRC, app router, and I'm going to say no for that, for changing the new default import alias. Okay, the application is done. Let's get inside that, and before running it, let's do some changes. I'm going to set the port number to 3004 this time, and I'm going to delete this global.css. Let's have the layout file open, and also it's going to be very similar to what we did earlier. Copy paste all these things. I'm going to replace that CSS with this global.css from the UI library. That is done. Let's also add this body with all the session provider, upload provider, header, container, this host container. Let's create the menu items. The menu item, we're going to have 3 menu items. Garages, which is the home page. Admins, it's manage admins. Settings. So I'm going to have a funny settings page. We don't have anything actually to set, but that is the menu items. Let's also go inside the page and we will clean that up. Let's just have the hello world. Fine. And we have to modify the Tailwind CSS. Let's copy the Tailwind config from the manager or Valet. So basically we're using the Tailwind config from the UI library, and I'm also setting the content, all the TSJSX file inside the application, and also all the TSJSX files inside the UI library. So that's what I'm going to give it here. That should do it. And let's run the application. That is running on port number 3004. Okay, so this is the application. We have the, let's create the register and login pages. I'm going to just copy those pages from here. Okay, so these things just work actually. We are using the login form auth layout from the UI library, and we can see the login and register pages. So I keep getting this error when I generate the application. I keep getting this error for some time, and it goes away when I keep developing the application actually. So I'm going to not worry about this for now. I'm going to just ignore it, and I will worry about it when it keeps coming after some time. You know, both these pages are there. Now I have to get the API, which has these routes for the next auth. We are getting the auth options from here, creating a handler using the next auth. We are exporting the handler as a get and post, and we actually collect every route that comes in this way, like URL / API / auth / anything. Like that is going to have like sign out and everything, and we are going to handle that with this next auth options. I'm going to just copy this, go inside the app, paste it. Oops, I have to actually put it inside the API. Let's create a directory called API. Drag the auth inside it, and we should be able to create, register, login. We should be able to do all of them, but before that we need to actually create the environment variables. We have this next auth secret, and also the next auth URL, API URL, and so on. Let's have the public URL, API URL is 3000, next auth URL 3004, next auth secret as secret. So that is, I'm setting an easier secret for the local development. When you push it, you have to set a complex one in the actual production or development servers. So with that, let's register the admin, and I'm going to make that admin manually by adding that admin as adding an admin row in our actual Postgres database. Let's call it admin guy. Something went wrong. Okay, I think that is because the API is running. Oh, okay, I already have the user. Still, I'm going to create one more user just to check the registration works. I already have that user, and I already have this admin, and he's not admin yet. Let's create admin 2. That is successful, and we are okay. I keep getting this error. Actually, you can see these are the possible errors, and right now our application is really simple. We only have the session provider, that is a client component. We have this upload provider, that is again a client component. We don't have much JSX going on. Okay, we have this header, nav. So I'm not sure why this is happening. We have to actually check if we have these problems in the application. And also if we have to paste the user pictures from the public directory, I'm going to get the user one and paste it inside the public. Now when I refresh, you will see that user here. That's it. Okay, let's go one by one. We're going to create this list garages first, where the admin can actually verify the garage. So those two things, let's start building it. Okay, so before that, we need to create. So we have this is Valet component. I'm going to create a is admin component as well. This is admin. We get children, we get the UID. The admin resolver, I'm going to create an admin me query. Basically, it won't take any arguments. We just get the user from the token and we can delete these things. Okay, and then in the where condition, we're going to pass the user.uid. So without any arguments, we are going to just get the admin. Let's go into this thing and I'm going to just copy the valet me. I'm going to replace this with admin me. Actually, you can compose this query using the Apollo Explorer. I got a bit lazy now. Now let's go to the network library. Let's run the code gen. And it's not admin me. Okay, I got a spelling mistake here. Now this is happy. Fine. Now in the is admin component, I'm going to use the admin me document. That's it. If there are no admin me dot uid, I'm going to return you are not an admin. I think that is sufficient. We don't have to. If somebody is accessing the admin console, then that person should know that they should contact some admins or something. I don't have to redirect that. I don't have to be I don't have to specify to an admin. This is admin gives back. Okay, actually admin does not give back anything. I'm going to just, the children are going to be React node, and whatever children we get here, we will just return them. That is it. Okay, this is it is admin. Now let's go back to the page, and I'm going to wrap. I think I should wrap it here. Okay, so inside the Apollo provider, because we are actually using the Apollo query for fetching the admin data. So is admin, going to keep the header, the navbar, and the children inside it. Also have to import that. Fine. Okay. Yeah, so the admin ID requires the UID. You can actually simplify this by, actually I think I'm not using the UID. Oh, okay. I can just delete this. We don't want the UID. Fine. Yep. Now I'm getting this. You are not an admin. Okay, actually I'm blocking the entire application. We are not seeing even the header. Now the how the admin will actually, okay, I think I'm wrong here. Now the how the admin can log in, right? So I'm sorry, I'm going to remove this back. So this has to happen inside the pages. So this page I'm going to block it. I'm sorry. This page I'm going to block using the is admin, and we will keep the register pages, register and other pages open. We will also see the headers. Okay. So if they want, they can sign out, log out, and they can log in using the admin 1, admin 2, I think. And yeah, so yeah, that's fine. We are good now. I'm going to create a manage garages component template. That's what comes here. We're going to just list all the garages, the admin, all the garages that Autospace as a company has, and the admin can actually verify and unverify. Okay, so I'm going to call this template admin home. Okay, and the admin home is going to just have on list, just use the show garages, and let's create the show garages component here. We don't want that div. Okay, I'm going to use the the pagination thing. Use take skip, get all these getter and setters, and I think we already have the garages query. So let's go inside there. Let's make sure we have the garages, search garages. Okay, here we already have this garages query. This is for the garages, and let's use that. I'm going to use the use query from the Apollo client, and I'm going to use the garages query. Just use the set and just with the pagination, and then I'm going to use the show data. We have been doing this for quite a long time now, repeatedly. Okay, and I'm going to loop through the data we get, and let's just display the ID for now. Let's also add the key. Fine, this is still complaining. I think I have to import it. Okay, that is the admin home. Let's go back to the page, and I'm going to use the admin home there. Admin home. Fine, now it is saying that you cannot use this, has to be a client component. Loading, and saying it's I'm not an admin. Makes sense. So we don't have an admin console yet, and we have to add this person, the admin guy, with the credentials of admin2@gmail.com. We have to make this person an admin. I'm going to make this person an admin. Okay, I have to go to the admin page. I have to select this admin guy with the 292495. Fine, now that person is admin. Now when we refresh, we're going to see the 3 garages we have in the system along with the pagination also. So this trouble keeps following me. I have to, so it suddenly happens, right? I'm not doing anything different in this application. Last 3 application I was not getting the error. We are using the same register page, we are using the same providers and so on. I would call this Next.js acting up, and I'm going to ignore that for some time. Maybe you know what I'm doing wrong, but I'm going to just continue developing, and we will see. And also this happens when I close this happens only on the, okay, let's just continue with our thing. And okay, so we have our data. Now I'm going to proceed building the garage admin card. Okay, so in the organism I'm going to call this garage admin card.tsx export const garage admin card equals. So basically we are going to get the types are going to be, we're going to get some children. We're going to actually pass different buttons based on different status. Actually, if the status is already verified, the garage status is already verified, we're going to create a button for unverifying that garage, and vice versa. We're going to get the garage and children. The garage is going to be garages query garages and 0. Fine. Yeah, so again I would call this a component with, there used to be a time where we were using class component and functional component, and we used to call the functional components dumb components. Okay, it's rude, but still that those components won't do anything. They get the data and they will just render it. Okay, this is kind of that kind of component. We're having a background white p2, and I'm also getting the garage and children here. Children and garage. I'm running the garage ID, and then I'm going to have the display name and the verified status. Let's start. Let's look at that. Probably in the end I will have the render the children also, so that we can see that. That is the garage admin card. I'm going to get back here, and we will use this instead. Fine. Let's pass garage. Yes, garage. Let's also pass some children here. Children. We need to pass the key. That's what you're looking at. Okay, let's continue with the card. So after this, I'm going to use the map link. If the garage has an address, we'll use the map link and the address, actual text address. Import the map link. The map link, if you remember, renders the it creates a link. It just opens a new tab with a Google map. Okay, so this is the map link. On clicking it, we are going to open the Google map with the exact location. And remember, we also use the same map link component to open the directions, okay, in the Google map. Fine, and then let's render the slot counts. Icon types is a component that just, it's not a component, it's like a lookup, a map, where we just based on the slot type, we will give back a different icon. That's what we have. Okay, I'm trying to make it so how do you okay, so basically this is for admin. The admin should see what are the components, what type of slots the garage has. So I'm going to just go with this. We have see the name, the address, and the map link. See the number of slots it has, the garage has, and that's what I'm going to go with. Now let's work on the buttons. Based on the status of the garage, we are going to render a different buttons. So in the children, I'm going to use these buttons: create verification button, remove verification button. Okay, so I get a feeling that I can just pass a different status and can use the same button for both. Let's see. Okay, I think we should we can go with the different components, because they are going to deal with the different types of different mutation. One for create verification and one for remove verification. Those are different mutations. Okay, let's look at the verification resolver. So we have this create verification. I'm setting that as admin only. Also we have this remove verification, and we set that as admin only. Okay, so we already have the resolver, so we don't have to do anything with the backend. Let's just create the queries and we will just build the buttons. We go to this queries.graphql, the input file for the code gen. The code gen accepted that. Now let's go build these components. Inside the organism, I'm going to maybe let's create a directory here called admin, and let's create the button, create verification button and remove verification button. tsx. This is going to get the garage ID, and then we are going to use the use mutation from the Apollo client, and we are going to use the mutation, the create verification document from the generated one. Let's also import the named operation from the generated. We have the mutate function and loading state. Okay, in the verification resolver, I'm going to do one small change. Actually, this thing gets the UID. This thing gets the admin ID. Okay, admin's UID. I don't want to do that. I don't want anybody else to access it. I block the UI, the admin ID, and then you can get the admin ID separately. That is a string, and we will add it here. Right now we have to pass admin ID here. We can get the request as ID using this get user get user type. User.uid. Okay, fine. Now we only have to give the verified status on the garage ID. The whole component is just a button. I'm going to return a button. I'm passing the loading state here, passing some class name. I'm passing the, we don't have to pass the admin ID. That is the create verification button. Okay, let's also do the same thing for the remove verification. For remove verification also we need the garage ID only. We need to get the remove verification document. Okay, so yeah, that's all we need for the remove verification. And also the text is going to be unlist. Okay, unlist, verify unlist. Let's call this remove verification, and this should work. And also I'm going to make a difference between the button styles. Okay, this is not going to be displayed together both, but still I want the buttons to show some difference. So we have this. Okay, it looks terrible. Okay, let's try the button verify. Remove verification button is not defined. Yeah, I should have visited the component first. We need to import this. Now everything should work. Yeah, so actually this thing was successful. Let's look at the network tab. Unlist. It got it got into a non-verified state again. Let's verify this. It got verified. Okay, now I'm going to make this component a bit cleaner. I did some cleanup. It's not perfect. Okay, I'm also thinking that this the icon is creating some noise. So basically I'm going to remove the fine. I'm going to just pass the children of this map link, just the address. So basically this becomes the link. Okay, I'm clicking the address string, it will open. So I think this is a bit cleaner. So by default it gives this icon map to as a children. If you're not passing anything, that will be the children. And also I think we are I'm also going to get some class name, and we will just assign the class name here to the strings. Now I'm going to give it a hover style here, class name hover underline offset 4. Now it feels like a link to click, right? Fine. So that is the admin card. It is simple, minimal, but we can still further make it cleaner. There is also a difference between unlist and verify. Verify has this underline, unlist has nothing. We can further do something to show some variation in the component. Okay, the admin's responsibilities in this application is to manage the garages and also manage the admins. We did one. Let's do the manage admins page. Okay, now let's go to the admin apps, and then let's create a page here, page.tsx. Hello, that is the page. Again, we're going to list the admins. We're going to have create admin, and then on creating the admin, we're going to refresh the admin, and also the admin card. We're going to have a remove admin option, and on clicking that, that will happen as well. Let's fast forward. This is where we have done similar stuff many times. So this is going to use a template called manage admins. Let's just call this, and then let's create the manage admins component in the templates. Export const manage admins. Low. Fine. Let's get the pagination, the use take skip, and let's get the use mutation and use query. We need the use mutation for this. Sorry, the use query for this. Let's see if we have the admins query already. We don't have that. Let's I'm going to create that. So in the admins resolver, we have this admins query, and also we need the admins count just for handling the pagination. So we did this before. So this thing is going to return this create count input, which is just an object with count. We're going to get the where condition, where filter, and I think we can use a count instead. Now this is going to return, this is just a number, so I think this is much simpler. Okay, now here it's going to be just a number. Okay, so that's simpler. Let's go with this. Now we have to create the query, admins query, for generating the hook. Here we have changed, we don't have to pass that. Let's look at the network. It's complaining about the integer. We have to make that as a float. Now the network is happy. Let's go and create the query. I'm going to use the use query because I'm passing the admins document, I'm passing the pagination stuff, and then I'm going to use the show data. Just return the show data. We have done this a lot of times. So I'm passing the loading state, I'm passing the, we don't have anything dot count. The admins count itself is a number. Okay, and also we have a title here. Okay, so let's create this admin card. We already have this admin folder. I'm going to create this admin card inside it. This is going to take, this is the types we are expecting, the admin data from the admin's query, and then the children. Okay, again it's a simple component which gets the data and renders it. But I'm also going to get the UID, getting the UID so that I can do this. We're displaying the name of the admin card. Perhaps I'm getting the children and admin and the children. The use session is coming from the next auth React. Okay, admin user. We are entering the name, and if the UID is same, I'm also giving a hint that this is you. Okay, if the UID and the admin ID are same, and I'm going to render the UID and the start date when the admin got created. The format comes from the date FNS. And then I'm going to have the verification count. You can get the verification count from the admin query itself. And finally, let's just have some children so that we can reuse this component in multiple ways. That is the admin card. Fine. And just how we did in the last unlist and verify buttons, I'm going to create this remove admin component. For that, we need the query. We need to generate the code remove admin. So we're just basically calling the remove admin mutation here. Admin.resolve, we have this remove admin. Okay, we are calling this, and where we have to pass the where, which is just the UID. That's what this mutation is doing. Now we have the mutation. I'm going to create this remove admin. Let's call it remove admin button. Let's create this here. So the remove admin is just going to get the UID. You're going to use the mutation here. Mutation from the Apollo query. And the remove admin document, and the named operation from the generated code. Fine. So this is important, right? We can just on click, we can just delete call the mutation, and we can go and just finish the operation. But I'm going to add a dialog to confirm. First, the component starts with a button. On clicking that's going to be a trash button from the tabular UI. On clicking it, we are going to set open. Let's have the state also. We will basically open the dialog. Hello. Let's just look at this component first. Manage components. We can import this remove admin button. Let's call this remove admin button, and we will import it from here. And I think the page is already there. We have to mark this manage admins as a client component. It's loading, and we get this. Okay, this admin guy is me. Okay, it says you. Rotating the UID and rotating the date. And also this guy made one verification. And also I was experimenting with the style. We have this invisible border with some gap. Okay. I have seen like this one side border attached to the card, and I say I have not seen this with a gap in the admin card. Okay, this is what happening here. Okay, I just want the line and the gap to be same width. Okay, that is the component, and let's try to delete this guy. This guy is not working properly. We have not done any verifications at all. On clicking it, we open this delete dialog. Now let's implement the delete dialog. First, I'm going to have just a message here. Are you sure you want to delete this innocent soul from an admin realm? That's too much, but still, I'm going to just go with this. Rendering the UID. Then we're going to have options, no and yes. On clicking no, we are going to just close the dialog. Okay, on clicking no, the dialog just closes. On clicking yes, I'm calling the remove admin mutation, and it will also refetch the admin's query. And let's see, on clicking, this card will go away. Yes, something went wrong. network forbidden, remove admin forbidden. Okay, the problem was, I think, if there are no required roles in the resolver, they remove resolver. Actually, I made the whole resolver admin only. Okay, and if I add admin here, it will go away. But still, I found this problem. Like, if there are no required roles, I'm not actually setting the roles to the user object. Okay, we just return that true. So I think we should move. We anyways want to assign to get the roles and assign the roles to the user object, and then we will just we will do the authorization. Now when we go back to the check role level permission, this looks for user.roles. Okay, in the earlier this user.roles was empty, and the request was not getting bypassed for the admin. So that was a problem. Now it should work. I'm also going to remove this thing and see if we can call that, because I have this authenticated admin for the resolver. Yeah, that is successful this time. But still, I am a bit doubtful about how this works. Okay, just decorating the whole resolver with admin, allow authenticated only for admin. What if we remove everything and let's just try to fetch this from Explorer. Apollo Explorer. Let's set that up. 3000 GraphQL. We don't have any headers here, and I'm going to fetch all admins. Also, let's make sure that the admins, okay, the query does not have the allow the decorator, the auth decorator, but the resolver has. That's what I'm testing. UID, no token provided. Fine. If I remove this, then I should be able to get the admins. Okay, fine. So this thing works. We have also implemented the manage admins page. We can only remove the admin and not add admins. Okay, actually we should be able to add admin. Let's go to that section next. I'm going to create a component called create admin here. Create admin.tsx. Again, we're going to have a user dialog here, so I want this set open and set open. Let's set this initial UI stuff. We have a button. It says create admin. On clicking it, we will open the dialog with the title create admin. Hello. And let's also import the dialog, and this is the create admin. Okay, so this goes in the manage admins page here. So above the show data, let's wrap the entire thing with a fragment. Delete the div. That's a fragment, and we are going to have first a flux with a justify end. We're going to have the create admin button in the end, like this. Clicking it, we open the dialog, and inside the dialog we are going to have a simple form which gets a UID and create an admin account for that UID. So first we need to prepare the form management. I'm going to have inside the form, I'm going to have a generic schema called create uid.ts. The schema is just we get the UID. Okay, so I suppose we will when we expand it, we will need this exact form. we just get the UID and we will do whatever we want inside the on submit. Okay, that is the form. Let's go back to the create admin. Just use the hook, create UID, and we get the register and handle submit. So this is the form. Inside the dialog, I'm just going to have a form. On submit, I'm going to create the call the create admin. We have to create that query. So let's just work on the form and we'll go back there. We only get the UID from the whole form. So this loading comes from the use mutation. So let's get the use mutation from the Apollo client. Let's see if we have the create admin. We don't have, so I need to create that query. I recommend you to always go back to the Explorer when you are composing a query. Okay, that way it is less confusing, or you don't have to think about the properties. You just click it, you select whatever we want, you copy that, you paste. In this case, I am getting a few things actually, but yep. Since I already generated it, I just copy pasted it instead of clicking and selecting again. Okay, but when you are working, I suggest you to do this. I don't understand. Okay, yep, fine. That is the query. The network library is working. Okay, let's get the named operations on the create admin document. I'm going to await for refetching the admins. Let's look at that. Maybe let's make the user guy, this person, admin again. Create admin, pasting the UID. So I'm also expecting the UI in the background to change. Fine. That is manage admins, and that's pretty much it. Now the garages in the home page. This thing still follows me. I think I have to look what is wrong with the application. I'm going to create a, okay, let's just delete the settings page. Go to the layout admin. I don't want to create the settings. I was actually planning to keep a joke there, but okay, the error is not happening now. I don't know what to do. Okay, that's all about the admin console. The next section we will proceed with building the 3D scene. We are going to build that 3D scene. Let's get started. So let's get inside the libs. I'm going to create a new directory called 3D. Get inside that. I'm going to initialize a new project, and let's open the package.json. I'm going to rename that to Autospace/3D. Now we need to install a few dependencies. Inside the 3D, I'm going to add the 3JS package 3. Then we're going to use React 3 fiber. We will be importing stuff like the canvas, use frame, and so on from this React 3 fiber. And then we're going to use Ray. We'll be importing stuff like plane orbit control, where we can actually interact with the scene to look around. And yeah, those are the 3 packages we want to build this. Okay, the installation is done. We also need to install the types for the 3 package. I'm going to add the dev dependency called types 3. So those are the requirements. So let's get started. Let's start to create the scenes. Oops. That is an okay. Let's create. Let's use this. I'm going to get inside the src. I'm going to create directories, scenes, components, util. First, let's get started with a simple scene. I'm going to create a car scene. And I'll also call this a city. Okay. Let's import the canvas from the 3 fiber. And I'm going to return the canvas. I'm going to have this gradient starting with almost black to some gradient, right? So this 52 HCl, that the hue, that's the brand hue we are going with. You can play around with it. That is some percentage of the brand color. It's still going to be dark. And then I'm going to import the orbit control from the tray. And let's use that. Oh, okay. So I need to configure the TS config. So yep, I'm going to copy this settings from the forms library into the 3D library. Basically, we extend the TS config from the root. We add the root directory, and the JSX React.js. Now let's restart the TS server, and yeah, it's fine. Also here, we cannot pass the number 0 to 359 as angle. We need to actually convert the angle into a radian. So inside the util, I'm going to create a radians function that gets this degree 0 to 359, and then it is going to convert that into radius. That's formula. The formula is degrees into pi divided by 180. That is the radians. Let's import that. Oh, let's have a look at the scene. We don't have anything. Okay, let me just put a road. Okay, this is a road. It's a simple plane with from the tray, and the arguments are going to be 1024. That is the width. 1000 is going to be length. This is the position, and the rotation to face upwards. And this is the color, road color. Fine. I'm going to let's use this 3D scene in the home page here, and then we will see. So this is what we have right now. I'm going to import the 3D scene from the 3D/src scene/car scene. Car scene. Okay, so that is the scene. Okay, that is your road. You can also move around. It's very small. Let's you don't need the padding. So I'm going to have this use calc from Tailwind. I'm giving the 100 VH, which is the whole screen, height of the whole screen, and then I'm subtracting the 4 rem because that is the height of the navbar. Now we get the scene here, and you can play around. And one more thing, in the car scene, in the orbit controls, these polar angles are going to restrict us from going to, for example, if I have this 90, you can do this. I don't want the users to actually go below 30 degree. This is 0. This is probably 30, and I don't want to do this because they can then see the edges of the world. So that's why I have this 30 here. Now they cannot see the edges. Oh, they can still see the edges. Come on. they can still see the edges. Okay. What if I do this? 0. Okay, so that is 0. Happy with the scene. Let's create a spawner. So the city, the road is going to be here. We're going to have our player. That player is going to be there, but the world is going to move. Okay, it's like that infinite runner games where the player won't go anywhere, but the world moves. And we are also going to have other cars, vehicles going on, and those will have different speeds from the world. Some will go in the opposite direction also. It's going to be a 6-lane road. Yep, that's what we're going to do. Let's create a spawner that is going to be the heart of this scene. The spawner is going to be from, it's going to decide, it's going to take the start position, end position with some total duration that will move that whatever we pass as a children, that's going to move from the start to the end. Okay, in the components, I'm going to create spawner.tsx. This is going to be the interface. We're going to get the duration, spawn interval, start position. Let's import 3 from 3. Import star from 3. Let's also import the React node. Okay, we're going to get the duration, start and end position, duration, spawn interval, and children. Let's create the spawner component. So by default, I'm going to have a constants file here. By default, I'm going to have the world duration as 27 seconds. Okay, I was playing around and 27 seconds felt good for the scene. So that is going to be the speed of the world moving. Okay, so if we want the car to move faster than the world, we have to reduce the speed. We reduce the duration from 27 to, yeah, that's how it works. I'm going to use effect to keep track of all the children that are spawned. And we also need some types here. I'm going to create a types file. So spawned element is going to have the ID and the progress. This is going to go from 0 to 1. And also using the use ref, I'm going to keep track of the last spawn time. Each spawner is going to be responsible for spawning n number of children, and we keep track of this last spawn time so that we know when to respawn the next child. If it is more than this spawn interval, we will spawn the next child. Okay, then let's start to use the use frame from the React 3 fiber. I'm going to use this. In this function, we're going to get the delta, which is going to be the difference between the time difference between the two frames. So using the delta, we keep track of time. So we have to do two things. One, if the last spawn time is greater than the spawn interval, we need to add a new item. We have to spawn a new item and we will add that inside this element. So inside the use frame, this runs every frame. Okay, use frame, the content inside the use frame will run on every frame. So if date now minus last spawn time, that is the time we store inside this use ref, is greater than the spawn interval. We send it in seconds, but we want in milliseconds. So yeah, if this difference is greater than or equal to the spawn interval, then we will spawn a new item. So we will keep track the time as the ID. We set the we will update the last spawn time reference, and then we will create this set items. We will push the new item, which is ID and the progress 0 into that. So that's how we add an item inside this list. Second thing, we have to update the progress on every frame. And also, once it reaches the progress of more than 1 or equal to, we need to remove that item child from the elements array. So after that, I'm going to get the previous elements dot map. We get the element here, and then I'm going to return read everything from that, and get the progress lm.progress plus delta divided by duration. Okay, so that's how we loop through all the items and we update the progress percent, that's 0 to 1. We take the existing progress, we add this, okay, delta divided by duration. So when the total delta collected towards the duration, this thing becomes 1, right? And that is going to be the end of it. And we will also use a filter. We will get the element, and if the element dot progress less than 1, so we will keep whatever is less than 1, the progress. That's all the logic it's going to take. And then finally we can return the element. I'm going to use get the elements dot map, get the element from, we are just looping through the whatever we are managing the state. That's what we are doing all this logic. We take that elements array and let's do some processing. So now we have this progress. Now we have this start position and end position. We need to get that intermediate position, right? If it's 0 to 10, the progress is 0.5, we need to take the 5. The progress is 0.25, we need to take 2.5, right? And let's do that. Const position equals, I'm going to use from 3, import 3 dot vector 3 dot lerp vectors. Okay, so this is going to take 2 vectors and the progress 0 to 1, and we are going to get the position. First, let's pass the start position and then the end position and element dot progress. Fine, we get the position. Now let's return a group. I'm going to render the children inside the group. Let's give it an ID. Don't have ID. Oh, it has to come here. Okay, sorry. After that, we have to we will position the position. That is the spawner. I'm going to take this component and do the car scene, and let's do something with it. Right now we don't have anything, just a scene with a road. Let's get the spawner. We have to give the start position, end position. Let's give the spawn interval to 2. We're just testing this component. The duration is going to be, I want this duration to be faster than the world duration. So I'm going to subtract 10 seconds from that. And let's copy the start position and the end position. Okay. So just like the world duration, I'm also going to add the world start and world end. The world is going to start at -500. World is going to end at 400. That is in the x-axis. Okay. So for testing, just check testing. I'm going to just copy this plane, put it inside. And also I'm going to reduce the size to 4342. I want the road to be a bit lower in a y-axis so that it won't clip the items which are going. So let's make it white. That's it. Let's have a look. And it's going to start with yeah, it's 2100, just 500 to minus 400. Yeah, that guy is coming. Okay, and it happens on every 2 seconds. And also let's increase these conditions. I'm going to keep it as 270 so that I can zoom out. When they reach the point, they are going to be destroyed. And also when I'm not focused, 3JS automatically stops spawning. Okay, when the page is not highlighted, maybe for increasing the performance. Okay, that is the more crucial step. And I'm going to create the cars now. We have the spawner. This already looks like a car, and we are going to create a car with some special stuff like having a trial. And I'm also going to I have written a lot of funny comments from AI, the stuff that the frustrated drivers would say. Let's create the car component. Inside the components, I'm going to create a car.tsx. This is going to be the interface. Let's import the color from the fiber, vector3 from 3. We will need all this stuff. Let's have it. So basically the car is going to, we can adjust the color, we can adjust the position, the size, forward, or that's a boolean. Okay, so we are actually going to have a trial, so we have to mention where the trial should happen. And the comment and searching will actually create a parking slot on the head of the car. That is to express that the car is looking for a parking slot. Okay, actually I forgot to create the parking slot first. I'm going to create, that is a hollow square, that is it. I'm going to call it a square.tsx. It's going to take the positions. Let's import the fiber mesh from the 3JS React 3 fiber. We got to get the position, size, and the border color. Let's create the component. I'm going to calculate the half width, half length, and border thickness. And let's return a fragment. I'm going to basically create 4 meshes. This is the top border. We have this position starting from the 0, 1, and 2. The x-axis, the position is going to be based on this. And in the size also, if that is the top one. If you compare the other ones, this thing will start to make sense. So here the position of the top order, the z-axis, I'm adding something from the half length. For the bottom, I'm subtracting that, right? So we will have 2 bars. And also look at the size, it's going to be very similar, right? Size 0, border thickness, border thickness. Let's quickly, okay, let's add we will add that yellow color, and then we will just have a look at that border. This is the HSL of the primary color. Okay, so I'm going to get this square. Let's render that from the car scene. So we have to give the position 0, 0, 0. That is sufficient. So this is what, right? Top and bottom. Now let's create the other two borders. Let's create the left one. Now we start to move the border in the x-axis with the half width. And also the argument, in this time we are adjusting the z-axis. Previously we were adjusting the x-axis. Now we see here. Now let's also add the right one, right border. And we have, probably there are like a really simple way to create this hollow square. And also the default size is 5.3. That's why it looks like that. Okay. That is the square component. And I want the default size to be 5.3 because we will be using this for parking slot, and the car perfectly fits inside it because it is 3 out of 2 for the car. This is 5 out of 4 for the car. That is a square. Let's go back to the car component. Let's create the component. This way is actually a better way to create a component. So we can do this. That's what I usually do when I start typing. But you're not getting a type error, right? But if I go to the car scene, if I try to render that component, car component here, it is going to say that it's not a valid component because it cannot be used as a JSX component because I'm not returning anything. But if I declare a component like this, if I, instead of just typing the props, if I just type the whole component with the react.fc, I get the error, say, yeah, I get the error closer. That is better. So if I do something like, if I at least return a null, that error will go away. Okay, so I had some time, okay, while working on this. So we are going to also allow the consumer of this component to set the sizes, the vehicle size. So in the use effect, we're going to use the rand float. This is going to be the width range 0.9 to 2.3. Sorry, 1.9 to 2.3. The length is going to be 4 to 5.6. In a worst case, we are going to get a vehicle that is going to look a bit like thinner and longer, like with a width of 1.9 and length of 5.6. So whenever the size changes, we are going to actually set the, yeah, if the size is not, we don't receive a size, we will set our own. Also, we are going to display comments. So in the util, I'm going to create a comments.ts. We're going to copy paste a lot of comments I wrote using the AI. Okay. You can read them. You can read them in the repository. And in order to make it easy for get one random comment, I'm having this function. We are looking at the length into, we are creating an index, right? That is going to be 0 to the length of the array. And then we pick that. So I'm using the get random comment. In the use state, we get that. And also I want to change the comments every 16 seconds. Okay, that's all. Let's return the component. First, I'm going to just use a box that is going to be the car. The box is going to come from the array. The radians, we already created it in our util, right? That converts the degree into a radian. We just have a simple mesh basic material that just displays the color, which is this brand yellow color, the primary color, as a default one. If the, okay, so one more thing, I need to create a blinking parking slot. It's going to use this square component. It's going to blink. Okay, so let's create a blinking parking slot. So we will use this on top of the car when the car is searching. Not all cars are going to search. I'm going to extend this whole property from the square prop so that we can modify it using the blinking parking slot component as well, like this. So this thing only gets the blinking duration, but still we can also modify the border color. I'm going to use the use state, the simple use state and use effect from React. And inside a use effect, I'm just going to use set interval to set the blinking state on and off with once per every blinking duration, which is 1 second by default. So if it is blinking, I'm going to return null. And if it is not blinking, I'm going to return the square component. Yeah, spread all the props. I'm also setting the border color. Okay. That is a blinking parking slot. Let's get back to the car. And if the searching is true, I'm going to just render the blinking parking slot component with the position of, this is going to be relative to the parent position. Okay, actually this car is going to be moving, and the parking slot is going to be hanging on top of that, 2 units in y-axis. The next one, you're going to display the comment. The comment itself is a boolean, and based on that we're going to render the way. We can also import the HTML from the tray, and we can use basic HTML inside it, like a div. I'm giving some constraint for the width so that it will go to the next line, and we are going to give some outline color, outline length, color. The user cannot select it, all the stuff. Now let's look at the car component. That is the car component. Let's enable searching. Okay, you can see that. Okay, actually that parking was a different one. Let's delete that. Now this car is searching. Okay, that parking slot is blinking. Let's also add that comment boolean. Now we are going to get this comment. Okay, and also it is going to change in search of my happy place, aka a parking spot. The quest for the holy grail was probably easier. Okay, but the parking slot, finding the parking slot was not easier. Already it feels like the car is moving, right? When we have all our buildings moving in one way, we will have the illusion of this yellow car moving in a direction. Fine, we have one more thing in the car, which is the trail. I'm going to create a gradient plane in the component, gradient plane, which is going to start with a color and then smooths into the color of the road so that it looks like a trail. We are going to get the position, rotation, and size. Let's import the Euler and vector from the 3. Let's also import the radians from the util. I'm going to create a texture. I'm going to copy paste it. I use some help with the AI. I'm not an expert in generating these textures. I got some help from AI for coming up with this texture. It creates a canvas, it gives a height and width, and then it creates a linear gradient. We have 2 color stops. It starts with gray and it ends with 2 to 2. That is the color of the road we gave, right? Probably I think we should also have this in the constants. like just like this. We will also have this road color, and we will replace that here, and also in the home car scene page here. Fine. Okay, let's import the canvas texture from the 3 package as well. That is the texture, and then we will just return a mesh with the plain geometry. I'm passing the size here, the position in the mesh, the rotation and the position in the mesh, or the size in the plain geometry, and the texture as to the mesh basic material. So that is the a gradient. Now back to the car component. That's the last part we add to our car, which is if the trial boolean is set to true, we are checking if the forward is set to true, we are going to place the position of the gradient like this. Okay, so if the because we are going to have cars moving in different directions, so this is for the forward. If the car is moving forward, we position it. Yeah. And if the car is moving backwards, we subtract the same calculation here. Okay, let's add, try to add. Okay, the trial is already there. It feels like it clips, so I'm going to reduce the road even further below. And now it is not clipping. Fine. That is a car, that is a spawner component. And then we will, okay, let's create the 6 lanes of the car. We have the spawner, we have the car, now we can do that. Okay, this is our car. This is the road. Let's delete this spawner, we don't want. Cars. That is the first one, okay. So we calculate this. Okay, so this is going to be the car that is in the outermost lane. Okay, you can see it is actually looking for a parking, and also it is frustrated about not getting a parking. And there is one more. Okay, so let's create the next one. This time I'm going to give -6. That is the second lane from the right. And also I'm going to modify, I want this to be more frequent, 4.3. I just create some randomness in the spawn interval so that the cars won't look like clockwork. Okay, I don't want to see any patterns. And this one is a bit faster. World duration -6, world duration -12. You can see a faster cars coming in the second lane. Yeah, the faster ones, right? That car just overtook that. And you're also going to also, I don't want, these cars are not searching or commenting. They are just on the road. Or else it will get too noisy. Okay. The third one is going to be much faster than the last one. Not that. Third one is going to be much faster. This one is going to be like 27 minus 1. The duration is going to be 9 seconds. And this is the the fastest lane. Okay, it is already starting to make sense. You have the slowest lane, medium fast lane, and the fastest lane in the center, almost center. Fine, where is my car? So I'm going to use my car. My car is searching also, right? So the leftmost position. So the position goes like 2, 10, 6, 2, -2, -6, -10, right? I kept the thing in the leftmost lane, but there's something wrong here, which the text and the search, the blinking parking slot are not connected, because I think we need to group the thing. That's what I do here. Here we are actually grouping the spawner. Okay, here we are actually grouping it. So I need to do the same for here also. And let's give the position to the group instead of the car itself. Okay, now it looks good. Let's add the other 2 lanes. The 6 and 2 lanes. This is my car. Fine, now we have the road ready actually. We will zoom in a bit so that you won't be able to see the end of the world. But already it starts to look like it's a busy road. And if I zoom in, fine, it's random enough for me. Next step, we're going to create the buildings. So we're going to take the square. The buildings are, we're going to create a hollow buildings. Okay, so let's you're going to create some data for that. I want randomness. So inside the utils, I'm going to create this building sets.ts. We're going to have each layout is going to be 3x3, and we are going to create mix and match with these combinations. It's basically 20, 40, and 60, but I give some padding between the buildings. Okay, for example, this is a building slot which has all 9 small circles like a tic-tac-toe board. The position also. And then I'm going to just export that inside an array. We will create more building sets, but here I'm just testing with one simple, the most simpler building set. So I have the data. You will come back to create more sets. Let's next create the building component, building.tsx. It's going to get the number of floors, and we are going to actually loop through and create these squares. Let's create the component, and I'm going to return a fragment. I'm going to use array.from. We can pass the length of the floors to create that number of arrays, and then we can get the index. And here I'm going to return the square. Okay, the square, I'm passing the key, I'm passing the position. I'm like, where? Let's import the floor height. Okay, I need to create this floor height in the constants. The floor height is going to be 6 units in the y-axis. So basically, we give the same position for the building. These are floors for the building. Same position in the x and y, x and z, but for the y, I increment the floor height by 6 units. And I'm also passing the size and the border color as white. The buildings are going to be white. That is one building. Let's deploy a building in the scene. I'm just going to deploy a building. We have to pass a position. Let's give the 0, 0, 0. That is a building. Okay. We can, let's pass the size. 10 cross 10. Okay, that is a building. That's how we are going to deal with the building, a hollow stacks. Fine. Now let's create one more component called building sets that will compose different building combinations randomly. Building set.tsx. We're going to get the minimum and maximum heights. I'm going to store the building sets index in the use effect. Let's also I'll store all the floors, and in the use effect I'm going to pick a random one from all the building sets we are going to create. Actually, let's also import the building sets. So this is that array with all the combinations of building sets, and I'm also going to create a function in the util. We already have a radian, right? Degree to radian. This is rand exponential. You're going to get the minimum and maximum, and also the exponential factor. So what happens is we get the random value and we are making it exponential. Okay, we pass the random value and we create the exponent value of that. But what happens is it exaggerates the stuff. Okay, and then you take the range and we return the random number starting with the minimum number, right? That's what it should be. The number should start from, and then we take we multiply the range into the exponential value. This is going to be 0 to 1. This is going to be 0 to 1, but in exponential way. Then we multiply the range. The range could be like here, the range is 10, right? 0 plus 10 into exponential value. We get the random exponential. I like this random exponential because that's how cities look, I think. If I just use random, there are going to be a lot of equal number of floors, 1 to 10. I see like there are a lot of tall buildings, a lot of small buildings. So yeah, we have now like selected the floors, building, also selected the random building set. These are actually heights of the floors. Okay, we are going to you will see that in a layout. I'm making sure that each building has its own height. Let's import the building. So yeah, we are looping through that. Right now this has only one item, so we are looping through this, and we get the length, position, and width. That's what we store here, right? Position, length, and width, and we are passing that, passing the size also, and we are passing the floors for the particular one. So that's what this floor is going to have, random floors, the number basically. So we got the building set ready. What I'm going to do, I'm going to actually spawn a building set in the roadside. We are going to have two spawners, okay, to create this part of the world and the left and right side of the roadside. Okay, first one, the spawn total is going to be 3.6. The duration is perfectly as the world duration because this is a world. The start and position, world start to world end, this is 76. Okay, one more drawback with the whole scene is that these are not mathematically accurate, which I would love to do, but I was playing around, and so that is a building block. Going to look a lot noisy, but it will look good when we start to have more combinations. Right now everything is a tic-tac-toe with a few buildings, few taller ones, right? Good, I'm happy with this. Let's also create another buildings. This is left. Let's create the buildings for the right, and this is going to be minus 76, and yeah, it's good. Okay, not bad. I like the visuals, but I'm going to create some empty spaces along the way and so on. So let's create more combinations in the building sets. Let's create more combinations. So this is the next combination. We're going to have one medium-sized huge building, okay, one 4x4 building, and 5 smaller buildings, and then an L-shaped one where we're gonna have 6 small sized buildings, then one whole large size building that will take all 3x3, and a whole, this is a 3x2 building, where large into medium. The last one is a narrow 3x1 building. I'm also going to have the 4th set with a long one and 4 smaller circles, squares. That is it. I'm going to update this building sets with that. Now you will see, you are going to see a lot more with a lot of variation in the city. Actually, I've been thinking, okay, an important thing I'm missing is we don't have this pre-warm. In a lot of game engines, they have this pre-warm technique where the world will get populated automatically when it won't wait for everything to spawn and so on. We are not going to have the city the view this high, so probably we are going to have this one, so people won't be able to see the end of the world and the beginning of the world. That is a city with a lot of randomness baked into it. Okay, how about the view? I'm happy about it. Let's make the scene full screen. Okay, you have spent a lot of energy creating this. I don't want to see it contained, but the whole layout file has a container in it, so we have to use absolute position. The page after this, I'm going to create a absolute top 16. That's to avoid the navbar, and then bottom 0, left 0, right 0. Yeah, and then we will display the scene inside it. Okay, I'm spelling mistake. That is an absolutely positioned screen. It's full screen, and also it's a bit brighter, so let's make it darker. Here 20 or even 18. I'm going to make it darker, 8 to 18 percentages. And also there is an invisible gradient going on that people cannot directly immediately see. Okay, so how does it look? So that's the maximum zoom out we can go, that's the maximum zoom in we can go, and we cannot look at the edge of the city actually. Oh wow, yeah, I can see that there. Maybe let's increase this maximum distance, reduce the maximum distance further, and now we cannot see the edge of the screen. Okay, fine. That is the infinite runner, kind of a home hero 3D section. Looks good in real time. I don't know how it looks in the video. Okay, I like this. Okay. So I made some changes in the 3D scene. So this scene is not interactable. It's the exact same scene going on, but passing some props. This scene is like a movie on with a rotating camera, which tracks the user. There's the car in the center. So the changes I did, I created a new camera here. I get the minimum field of view 30 to 100. It keeps changing that, and also the speed of movement and the radius. We can also play around with all of those things. I keep track of the angle using the radius, and field of view with the minimum and maximum we get here. Also, I'm getting the camera reference, and in the useref, which happens for every frame, Inside that, we are calculating the new camera position based on the radius and the field of view, and we are setting the new angle and the field of view, and we feed the field of view on the position, not the position actually. And this is what we get. Okay, actually we feed the angle into the current position. Even though we start the position with there, you can clearly see that the camera is not just rotating but actually moving across the car based on the radius we gave. Let's also try to increase the radius and decrease the field of view. So this is what we will get. So this is reduced field of view with reduced so previously it was kind of like a fish eye look, but now it's more like an isometric view, flatter. Okay, so this looks good, like following a vehicle in a busy city. Okay, so this is what we are going to go with. We have I added a small skew for the form, and yeah, this is the auth layout. This works for the login also. On turn off for me is when I click the login, the page changes and it restarts. Okay, maybe we can do something about it, but this is sufficient. So I created the rotating camera, and in the car scene, I'm getting some properties with the class name, hide all comments. I stop the orbit controls by working by getting this boolean, and if the orbit controls is false, I'm not rendering the orbit controls. The orbit controls is required for interacting with the camera. I try to combine them both. I try to combine the rotating camera and the orbiting, what is that? Orbit controls, but I could not make it work. It was janky. So this is a video, and there we have interactive same screen in the home page. And also I'm going to turn off the comments here. I got this property. So we do that by where all these comments we say where we set these comments as true. Yep, that part and the my car. I'm changing this to also taking. This is not quality coding here, but this thing works. I want to remove the comment section from this screen. And this is what we have. It's like following the car in a busy town. Okay, so we have our application almost ready. We have our backend and front end working. I'm going to use Railway app for having our Postgres database and for hosting our backend, and Vercel for front end. Let's start with creating our database. I'm going to create a new Postgres database. It's going to take a few seconds to get created. Okay, so this is what we have. You can also I will actually delete this database, so I will be exposing the variables and so on. So yeah, database is ready. We don't have any tables. I'm going to, so this is the URL. Okay, this is the username, password with everything. Copy that. I'm going to do the migration from a local project. So open your backend, modify the data URL from the .env from your Nest.js project. Okay, so place the database URL there, that is the .env in the app/API project. Okay, so I have placed the database URL there. Now let's do the migration. So I'm going to inside the API, I'm going to run yarn prisma migrate dev after modifying the database URL, the environment variable. It's taking a few seconds. Okay, the migration is happening. I'm giving some sort of commentary because yep, the migration is done. Now you can come here and refresh to see. You don't have to refresh it, refreshed automatically. See all the tables, okay, including the Prisma migrate. So we only have only one migration. How to go back? And everything is empty. It's a brand new database. Okay, the backend is done. I mean, the database is done. Now let's create a set up our backend. So I am going to select the GitHub repo. So this is the repo I've been working on for this workshop. And it is trying to, it is understanding that. And it's going to, it's most probably. Okay, in the settings, I'm going to add the build and start command. First, the start command is cd. I'm going to cd inside the apps and API directory, and then I'm doing the npm run start prod. That is the one we have. The package API, we have this start prod. That's what I'm calling for starting. And for building also, I'm creating this custom build command. So first we move inside the apps and API directory, and then I'm doing the npm install, and then I'm doing the npm run build. So I have already. Okay, so let's save that, and then we also have to update the start command. Okay, cd into the apps API, and then I'm running the npm run start prod. Both these things are done. Now let's update the variables. I'm going to use the raw editor. Okay, so these are the environment variables I'm going with. You have to be mindful about what you give here. For the JWT secret, that's what we use for creating the token. And also the Stripe publishable key and secret key. You have to provide your own keys. This is the database URL which we just created. And for the success and cancel URL of the Stripe, I'm going to actually deploy this in my own domain. Yep. So this is where the backend is going to exist. So I modified the localhost 3000 into this, and the 3001 to this is where I'm going to have the customer facing front-end application. Okay. So this is what I'm going with. Okay, at this point, technically we have not set up everything, set up the domain to set up this application to run on the domain. Okay, we will see that after this. Right now I'm just updating the environment variables. So set up everything, click update. Now all the URLs are set up. One more thing you have to do is you have to listen to So previously we were making the server only be accessible by the machine it is running and not from any external devices. So I am changing that. Previously I was having this, so by default that will be accessible by the localhost, and the port number, if the port number is 3000, that is localhost 3000. And now I am modifying it to, so this basically binds to the 0.0.0.0 network interface, which is a special address that tells the server to listen to all available network interfaces. So you have to modify that. And yeah, let's continue deploying that. Deploy. So basically, as a summary, you just set up all the variables. You add this to bind the add that 0.0.0 to bind to all the network interfaces, and you can do the deployment. So it's going to take a few minutes. It will create a Docker image. Okay, so the Docker image has been successfully built and published. Now the deployment is in progress. Okay, so it took around 6 minutes for building and deploying. Now we can go to the settings. So it gives a URL that we can access our backend. Okay, let's generate a public network. So it created this for us, and probably so it will take a few minutes for this URL to reflect. Okay, so it took a couple of minutes, and here we have our REST API. Also, we can access the Explorer. So we can also open the GraphQL URL. Let's /GraphQL. Okay, so that is our backend. We don't have any data yet. The backend, the database is hosted. We have our backend running in some URL. Next, I'm going to actually run the backend in our own domain. So I have a domain name in GoDaddy. So go to the products page, click on the DNS. So this is the DNS page of karthik.tech.com in my GoDaddy account. Click on new record, cname, and you can give the subdomain there. So I already have created the subdomain. So probably I will just call it apis.autospace. For this value, you need to get that value from the railway. Here I'm going to, we have not created that, but I'm going to give it api/autospace.karthik.tech.com. Add domain. You get this value. Dismiss. Actually, I will delete this. Paste it here. Save it. Okay, so this will take, it says it's going to take like 48 hours, but this will be live in a few minutes actually. In fact, I have deployed the api.autospace.karthik.tech.com. Okay, that is working. This is the API deployed in our own domain. You can also access this here /GraphQL, and you can view your GraphQL. You can look at the companies. Everything will work. Yeah. So this needs a token. So that's how we deploy the backend, the NestJS project using Railway, and also we set up the custom domain using our own domain name. So that's all about the backend. Let's go to the front end. The front end, I have deployed the web application, the customer facing web application. I'm going to now deploy the, let's do the, okay, let's select the project. Select the project you want to create your application from. So I have actually deployed the customer facing one. Let's do the manager facing one. Continue. And you also have to copy paste all the environment variables from the front end, from the whatever the manager application was using in the application from your .env file. Okay, so these are the environment variables. I have updated the API URL to api.autospace.karthik.tech.com, which we have already deployed. And the next auth URL is, I'm going to call this manager.autospace.karthik.tech.com. So it's going to be like, if Autospace is the domain, we would have used this like manager.autospace.com, right? So that's the manager application. So those two things, and the mapbox token, the cloud name, upload preset, and next.secret. Set everything and click deploy. It's building. Okay, so I got this error. Automatically it found that we are using NX in the Monorepo, and it's trying to go back, and it's running the npx nx build web manager, but actually our application name is at autospace/web manager. We can, I think we should be able to configure NX saying that correcting the application name there, but I'm going to follow a simple way. So let's go to the build and output settings. I'm just going to override the build command to next build, okay, so that it won't go back and try to build it using NX, which is better actually. We have enabled the remote caching and so on. We will make use of that, but still I'm going to just override that with the build one. So I updated the custom build command, deploy it again. The installation is going on with some warnings. Okay, so now it's taking the next build, our custom build command. That's not a custom at all, but I had to modify that. Now the build is happening. Okay, the build is completed and it's deploying. Okay, so the deployment is done, and we get all this cool stuff, and it gives us a temporary domain. So that's the temporary domain, and that's the deployed version. Okay, now let's connect the Vercel with my GoDaddy. So this is the manager application. So from the manager application, we'll click on the domains, add a new domain. So I'm going to add the manager.autospace.karthik.tech.com. Okay, so this is the value. Let's create a CNAME record. So add new record, type is CNAME, value is, name is manager.autospace, value is whatever I copied from the Vercel DNS, and save it. Again, it's going to take a few seconds, and then you can access the manager.autospace.karthik.tech.com. It will take a few seconds, but the Autospace application is already deployed. Okay, So this is the application. We have our 3D scene running. I really miss a pre-warm. Okay. And we are approaching the city. And I already logged in when I was testing. We have the search page. And we don't have any parking there. Yep, that's how we deploy. It's all about getting the environment variables right, and railway app makes it really simple for deploying the backend. Versal makes the front-end deployment easier. And also GoDaddy, just go and create a CNAME record, and you can deploy your applications in your own domain. Thanks for watching. Bye. Okay, so some polishes. It's a huge project, like more than 13,000 lines of TypeScript code. So when I was recording the demo, I found that I missed a lot of things, and at the disclaimer, there is still going to be a lot of things like rough edges, bugs, so on. But this is my best attempt for a product that is closer to production grade. Okay, so first thing, if I refresh, I'm going to add that. So the hero section does not make sense. So what is coming to say? Hey, what is this application about, right? So I'm going to have a banner text saying need parking. So in the page, right now it's simpler. I'm going to add that banner text. So we already have a full screen. I already have an absolutely placed car scene. And then I'm going to have that text. Okay, with the link that links to the search page. Also, there is this search icon from this. When you add, you get this. Okay, and also I don't like the way it starts. The 3D scene starts. It feels flat. I don't see any perspective there. Maybe after the buildings start to appear, it's okay, but still. And also I'm going to modify the buildings a bit. I'm going to have a top that changes a lot. Let's go to the car scene. Here I'm going to give some initial position here, 40 and 40. So that will give this this. Okay, it's a bit tilted actually. It's not completely perpendicular top. It is a bit tilted, and also we have this 3D scene, and the direction is kind of pointing towards this need parking text. Okay, so those are small changes. And the building, right now we just every building is, we just create a stack using the square, which is a hollow square, and we are done with it. Now I'm going to add a top layer. Sorry, actually in that building set, building is whatever we have here is sufficient. Floor. I'm going to wrap this with a fragment. Put the building first, and I'm going to add a mesh, which is going to be a translucent plane, a translucent black plane in the top of the top floor. Let's import the floor height, radians, and you get this. Okay, the terrace is going to be darker, so it gives some definition to the city. Yeah, so those are the small changes I had to do to improve the look. And also I added this search. Now which opens the search page. That completes the hero, the 3D section. Yeah, one more thing. I'm going to recolor the cars. Everything yellow does not look good. So the cars component, I'm going to just give a X color of white. So everything is white. Now the parking slot, that is our logo, right? Looks clearer. Also, I'm going to change the field of view in the car scene. It is 60. It kind of looks fisheye for me. So 45 looks decent. And also there is this glitch happens whenever I move away and come back. I tried to fix it, but I gave up. Okay. So I tried to pause the whole scene when I'm not when the tab is not focused, all those things, but it was taking too much time. So right now, if the tab gets unfocused and we focus back, the spanner stops working or it glitches actually. So that is a problem with. So I unfocused, right? So we get this gap. Spanner was not working. I appreciate if the 3JS completely paused everything when I'm not focused, right? But time went ahead. I'm still thinking about that again. How to pause the entire scene when I'm not looking. Also, one more disadvantage is there is no pre-warming going on. Okay, so I would love to actually have the buildings immediately show up when I just open the screen. That's not happening. So those are the two advantages. I think, yep, that's all about the 3D scene. Next thing in the register auth pages, we have two things to do. One, I don't like the skewed part. Okay, I add it. So I'm going to expand the 3D scene entirely, and then we are just going to have some blurred background. We are going to have the form on top of the scene. That's one change. And the next one is I forgot to add the Google login. Let's do both of these things. Go to the auth layout. Here, I'm going to actually make the car scene fill the entire screen, and then we will just keep the children, that is the form, in the side. So let's simplify the parent first. It's just a relative with a height of screen minus 4 rem, which is the height of the nav bar. And then I'm going to just put the car scene in it. Now the car scene is taking the entire screen, okay? And then I'm going to create a child. Next child is going to be again an absolute, and it's going to be top 0, bottom 0, and justify center and item center. Okay, so this is the simplified version. Okay, so that this is what we have, both the login and register pages. We just have a form in the side. It's absolutely positioned. We make it occupy the complete height by making the top 0, bottom 0, and then I'm giving a flux box centering that. That's it. And the next one, also I'm having some blur here so that people won't have any disturbances reading the text in the form. Second one, we need to create this Google button. It's pretty simple. We already do this, right? In the login form, we already get this sign in, and we are using that for credentials. The sign in can also be used for Google and other auth providers. So that's what we are going to do. Let's create that button. In the molecules, I'm going to create a Google button.tsx. Okay, so I'm importing the sign in. I'm just calling the sign in with a callback URL, and here I'm giving a custom border color. That is the brand color of Google, which is a red. So let's go back to the auth layout and we will use the Google button. Fine, that is the Google button, and on clicking it, yeah, so you can log in with Google, and before that you have to set up, right? So I will show you how I set up the Google in my Google console. Okay, so you have to create one the project. You will be having the client ID and the client secret up here, okay, and you have to make sure that you add the URLs. So I'm adding the localhost 300123. You also have the 4 actually. So you have to add all these things for local development, and also these are going to be the deployed URLs. Okay, autospace.karthik.deck, manager.autospace, valet.autospace, admin.autospace, and also you have to add these authorized redirect URIs, which are going to be these URLs, and also along with the /API /auth /callback /Google. So that is going to be collected here in the API. So API /auth /callback Google, everything will be handled by this handler, which we use the next auth with the custom auth options. Okay. Yep. So that has to be set up. You have to get the client ID and the client secret, and you have to store them in the environment variable for all these front-end projects. So get the client ID and client secret and store with Google client ID and Google client secret in the environment variables. You have to do it in all the environment variables, and also if you have already deployed, which I had to actually go back and add the environment variable in the Vercel. And also by default in this auth options, it gets like we don't select what data we receive, right? I want to keep it really minimal. I don't want, for example, in this project, just having the UID is sufficient. The Prisma schema, you won't even store the email ID when the user logs in with Google. We won't even get the email ID. I just want to have the minimal information possible. Get the minimal information possible when the user uses an OAuth. So I'm going to select what I want. So in the authorization, you can select the params. And okay, so inside that I have to specify the scope. I'm just going to get the open ID, which is the UID, which is sufficient in most cases, but in our schema I have the name and image, and it's good if we can get the name and image from that. And also in the authorize, in the sign in callback, we get this information, right? ID, name, and image. So these are the three information we are getting from the Google, and I could not find a way to get only those information. So profile information is going to bring, I think, a little more information also when the user signs in with Google. So I'm picking only the open ID and the profile. I'm going to log in with the Google. I'm logged in. Now you can see, okay, one more thing. So we have to configure the host name for the images. So we are getting the image from the, so right now we are using images from the Mapbox, Cloudinary. I have to add this one from the Google user content as well. Okay. Put that, refresh the page. And now you can see so that's my Google ID, Google image in one of my earlier Google ID. That is the ID that Google uses to track me. Fine. So I'm also going to update all the next configs. Next config admin. And admin also needs the image host names, image from all these host names. The Valet also needs that. Manager will also need all these three things. So, and one more thing, in the register form, I forgot to set up the loading state. In the button, we get the loading state from the use mutation and we can simply add it. Similarly, in the login form, we are not actually doing the GraphQL query. So we have to manage the loading state ourselves. So I'm going to use state to manage the loading and to manage the loading state, and I'm going to wrap the asynchronous operation with the set loading true and false. Now we have the loading state. Get that, give it to the submit button here. Loading. Okay, so that's, we have polished the auth pages. Now we have the loading bar working, we have the Google button working. Login also has a loading bar. Okay, and also I have seeded some data. So there are two problems. One, I move it, the page debounces actually, it waits for the user to stop moving and then it loads and then it renders. And when it renders, it completely makes it, when it loads, everything disappears. Okay, all these experience I'm not happy with. First, let me show you how I seeded data using the Prisma. So inside the Prisma, I add the seed folder. So I created this data. So basically I created some pictures using Playground AI. I uploaded them to Cloudinary. Then I got the URLs and I used the URLs here. I'm actually doing 20 projects, 20 garages. Okay, so I created a company. So all garages right now are going to belong to one company. We have a unique, I used AI to write the addresses in the New York city. Then display name, description, and the AI got a bit lazy. Like I asked it to generate unique names, but it ended up creating Manhattan 1, Manhattan 2, 3, 4. It also has other things like Queen's Garage, Brooklyn Garage. So it got lazy, but yep, I'm okay with that. And also I created a garage generate slots in a util file. So here is how I create the slots. So basically, I think proper seed data really increases the, even for a test application, having ample space, ample data to play with really helps, I think. So yep, slot ranges. So these are the property values we want. I'm going to rely on randomness. Okay, so everything is random. For a car, the length is going to be between 12 and 18. So all these things have a range, and in the generate slot, I get this particular object based on the type we get. The generate slot just gets its type, and I get the random value for the count, length, width, height, and price per hour. And I'm just creating an array and returning an array. So basically, we get the type, we return an array. So that's what we are doing here. In the create array, I'm using two types of slots. Okay, so you add the data, and now we will create a main function to run. So I get the Prisma client from Prisma client. We are inside the API project, actually. We can get that. And also the garage's data from the data file. I am declaring the Prisma instance, and inside the main function, I am initializing that. And this is actually annoying. Okay, so I try to do something like this. Create. Okay, I'm not sure why the TypeScript is happy with this now. This is an array, right? Okay, I kept getting a type error here, so that I did this, which is very redundant. We are looping through and waiting everything instead of sending the array in one go to the database and doing it. So I kept getting issues about the, yeah, I think TypeScript is not running or something. I'm not getting any, nothing. Yeah, so what I'm going to say is I have this sample data. I also type the sample data using the type we receive from the Prisma. I did everything, but I kept getting type error here. TypeScript was not happy. Okay, I have done earlier, but this time I just went with like doing iteration ourselves and creating garage one by one. It's just one time thing, right? I am not going to keep running this again and again. So you prepare this main function, and also you catch, and finally we disconnect the Prisma. After doing this, go to the package.json from the API directory, and you have to add a Prisma property with the seed property in it, using ts node to run the Prisma /seed /index.ts. Okay, you add that, you add the sample data, you add the main function to run. You can also have utility functions like this, and then from inside the API, you are going to run yarn Prisma db seed. Okay, so it's going to run the whole thing. You can do one more thing, like you can have a cleaner function that deletes a whole database or the particular tables you want to clean up, and then it generates that. Okay, so that way you can create an environment using the seed technique. You can even have different functions to create different different data environments. So seeding is really helpful when you are working locally, and you can create different combination of data in the database, and you can test out in the application. So that's how you do the seeding. Okay, now we have the seeding. Let's work on this experience. I move, it waits for a second. Okay, I stopped the API actually. Let's refresh the application. Even when it starts, actually we are using the database from Railway app. Okay, so we actually fetch data from the database. I also have I think too much debouncing. So it is, I think I have given like 1000 milliseconds of debouncing, which is not good, which won't give a good user experience. Also, that thing, the whole entire map disappears when the data loads. So all these things let's fix. The simpler one is show garages. So that this is the guy responsible for displaying the data. We get the loading and data, and I'm not like returning early if the loading is there. They can both be there actually. I'm not stopping anything, but Apollo has designed it that way. When the loading happens, data will be undefined. but they also give this previous data that will retain the data when the loading happens also. So we get this fresh data, previous data, we are going to combine them both. So let's create a garages array, which is going to be this fresh data. And if this fresh data is undefined or null, falsy, I'm going to fall back to this search garages. If that is also undefined and null, we will fall back to this empty array. Fine. Now let's replace this data search garages to garages. Now let's have the demo. Now if I move, you will see the loading happens, but the data is not disappearing. The markers are not disappearing. That is fine. Second thing, the debouncing is happening. The debouncing is too long. So that exists inside this use convert search form to variables. We are using the debounce here. I'm giving 1000, which is too much. So 300 is easy. I move. That's not bad actually. Good. When I refresh, there is one more problem. See, no parking slots found in this area, and then it loads, and then we see the data, right? And then it loads, and then it, okay, actually we have some local caching going on, so that's why we don't see the loading, but you get the point. What happens is when we are debouncing, this is 0. The length of this is 0 when we debouncing, even before we fetch the data, even before the data loads, and we immediately show this. So that's wrong, right? So I decided to modify the use debounce hook. So right now we have this. I'm going to add a, like a loading, I'm going to add a debouncing state, a boolean. I'm going to add this debouncing state. I'm going to set the debouncing state to false here and true here. And the return value is going to be a bit tricky. So right now, I really like the API of the use debounce hook, which happens like this. You pass something here, you can optionally pass the debounce delay, you get the data directly, okay? But now we need the loading state as well. And also I want the users to have the ability to name anything in that instead of doing this. Like, for example, if I get the data, I have to rename this, right? Maybe that works too, but I'm going to return an array. The first item is going to be the data, whatever data, the deep data which gets debounced, and then second is going to have the debouncing value as an object. You can also add more, like an error. It is giving me error because the return type is not accurate. So let's update the return type. The first one is going to be t itself. The second is going to be an object with the debouncing, which is a boolean. Fine. Now we have to go and modify everything. This one, I have to make it an array. So whatever we get from the first item, we get that the data. Second one is going to be debouncing. Fine. Let's also do it for other guys. So honestly, I really love this API better than this, but we had to get the debounce state. Okay, everything is fine. Now I'm going to pass this debouncing along with this form data. The variables. Okay, we got that. Now in the search page, I'm going to get the debouncing as well here, and then I'm going to create a, just how we did common garages one, I'm going to do a loading state. First, I'm going to rename this into garages loading, and then I will create a common loading state that is going to combine both the debouncing and the garages loading. Now, let's have a look. If I refresh, what? Wait a minute. Okay. So I have to check if the loading is there. Not loading, and then garages dot length equal to 0. We are displaying that. Even if I take that everything, we did a lot of changes, right? I modified the use debounce hook. I modified this hook. I got the debouncing here. Even without everything, let's get back to the state. We are still not going to get this desired outcome. When I refresh, it has to be an and okay. It has to be not loading and the length has to be 0. Even with this, we will get that error first for 300 milliseconds when the data is debouncing. We get that no result, and then it loads, and then so in order to fix that experience, we did a lot of circus. Okay, now we can place the loading back, and then not loading, and then garages. Now when I refresh, it starts with a loader here, and then it does. When I move it, it loads without display, without modifying the markers. So let's say I keep this, okay, and then I move. Now what's going to happen is I did not actually leave the mouse. I'm still clicking the mouse button. I don't want these. I'm holding the mouse and I'm using my finger to draw on my screen, but you get that right. In the right side of the screen, you need the new data to be populated without affecting the old data. Okay, so that's the experience I wanted. Now I did my best to polish this page. Okay, let's do some smaller changes. This is for the okay, so we have all these 4 applications there. I see some we have some changes to do. Okay, first thing, let's update the title, the layout of the admin page. I'm going to change the title to Autospace admin. Okay, that's a change, and I'm going to have some menu here. So it was hard for me to always go inside and clicking them. I'm going to have the menu also display here when they are logged in. When they are not logged in, we are not going to show them. We're just going to show the register and login buttons. So I'm going to create a component called menus in the UI organisms. I'm going to menus.tsx. So this is going to get menus, and we are going to just loop through it and display them. Now we already did something similar inside the sidebar, nav sidebar. We are doing it. I'm going to replace the entire thing with a menus component. Okay, that is not it. Now we have just wrapped this we are not doing, instead of looping through in the JSX, we have just abstracted that logic into a component. Now in the header we have this, right? We just have the navbar, which will start with this button. On clicking it, it shows a side navbar. There I'm going to add it. First, let's have a div with some flexbox, gap of 6, and item center to keep them aligned. Let's put the nav sidebar inside it, and before that is the left of it. left of the hamburger menu, we're going to just display the menus. Okay, let's put the menus there. I will show you. That is sufficient, but I'm going to modify that. Let's wrap it inside the div. Let's make it smaller. Let's also give some margin right. Okay. Okay, and let's also make this a flex box and give us some gap. Fine. Small is better. That's the menu. Now all my logged in users are going to see the menus outside also. I don't like this, but let's modify that. So in the menus, I'm going to do this hover pl. I'm going to delete that. Now you won't get that. Here also. Here actually I loved when it moved, but that did not work here. So that's all. You can further in the menu items. You can have some boolean here or have some state saying that that particular menu item should exist in the sidebar or in the main header or both, and you can have the logic in the menus inside the menus component, and you can render them accordingly. I'm going to keep it simple. So this I wanted to add, and also here we can actually pass the tag, right? The layout. Let's go to the layout of the manager component. And we can, in the header, we can actually pass the type, going to be manager here, right? Here we don't need anything, that's the customer facing. Here, okay, here also I have to pass the Valet type. Let's go to the layout of the Valet application, and I'm going to pass the type as Valet. And I think the admin also misses that. Type admin. Fine. So we have added the titles, the tags in the header. I've added the menus here. So these all things polishes the overall user experience. Okay, next thing, I don't like this. The filter sidebar completely blurs all the result markers, right? So I'm going to add in the show filter sidebar, we use as the sidebar component, and I'm going to get a boolean blur. That boolean is going to be optional, and the blur is going to be true by default. Okay, and going to wrap the entire thing. That is the overlay. If it is blur, we will be displaying that, or else nothing. Okay, now the filter sidebar, I can pass the blur as false. Now you will see this. Oh, what? Okay, I had to refresh the page. Now you see this. Now people can look at the filter and also the results and how they modify based on the filters. And also we have this local caching, so it's going to be faster. And that loading happens 300 milliseconds. That is for the debouncing. Okay. And the next problem, in the manage Valet component, there is a problem. This is actually walking directions. Okay, you can search for walking in the repository and you will find these two things, and I'm going to convert this into driving. You can actually find more about the way of mode of directions in their documentation. You can just go to the Google Mapbox directions v5 and you will see the modes you can give, can search that. And also this is actually redundant. Okay, so we can further polish. I'm doing it in two places, hitting the same API in two places, so we can further optimize that. That is rough edge. I'm going to just leave it. Now I go here, the directions are going to be given for driving. So when we, so this is right. Previously it was giving something like here, but this is for the directions given for the driving, which is much more precise. A lot of times people are going to be using this for calculating the car, heavy, bike and bicycle also. So that one change I had to do. Okay, the next major setback, a problem I faced while doing the demo was when I select this. When I set the start date to a later date, so now the duration is going to be negative. And I select the slot type, I'm going to get this, okay, minus $2,261 for an invalid date range, which is actually minus 4 days. Okay, so how to do that? How to fix that? There's also one more problem. When I click this, let's also open the network tab. When I click this, we are going to hit the, so when we book now, we are going to submit. We're going to hit this create booking session, which we are going to use to call this REST API, right? Using this fetch. That's the post one. We are actually stringifying the data and send them to the Stripe. Yeah, that's not GraphQL, that's a REST API. We have a few things to take care of. When I click the, okay, let's add the vehicle number and phone number. When I click it, I'm not getting that. There are two problems. One, I'm not getting the validation there. I have a validation that says that the start time should not be in future later than the end time. So the second problem is the Stripe actually returned an error saying that line items parameter is required, which is not, that the error is not accurate, but still Stripe failed, but I'm not handling it. Okay, there are two problems. Let's handle the first one. Let's take care of the first one. The form book slot, we have this, and I have this refine later. I attach the I get the schema, I attach it later, and I'm going to try to add it here. Okay, that's one thing. Now let's go and try to submit that. Select it, select some future date for the start one, give something here. We have this minus. When I click, at least now the form is not getting submitted. Okay, it says that the end time should be greater than the start time, and all I did was, previously I took this and I added the refine to that schema. So now I see that we have to add the refines to do these custom validations. So when we initialize that, so that works. Okay, at least now we cannot submit the form. There is also one more thing which was not working for me. That was here. We can set the mode to, this is on submit by default mode. When does the validation happens? On submit. Okay, that's what happened here. When I submitted, I got this error, not before that. Here actually we can pass on change all, right? Let's set the on change for now. Technically, when these things are changed, the validation should kick in, right? But that's not happening. I was trying about it and I basically gave up. If I set the date like this, I'm not getting that error, even though I set the mode to on change. Maybe I'm missing something. I went through the documentations and I could not make this work. I want validation to happen when I change the data. Wait a minute. Okay. Fine. Get it now. Okay. I understand it now. So when I change it, only this thing changes, okay? Can I give, if I give the start time here also, for both these path, I need this check happen, right? Now let's see that. Let's refresh, start from the beginning. Come here, select a slot. What? That's not working. But when I modify the and okay, it looked like it worked, right? But suddenly it stopped working again. Maybe I think okay. So okay, I confused myself and you. How I reproduce that is I had already submitted that. Okay, I had already submitted that form. Now if I replace, if I change that, yeah. So one more problem is maybe I cannot give, there is an error, there is an array here. Let's start from the beginning. So after I added 2 items in the path, I think it stopped working. Let's quickly try to give this. Okay, so basically when I have only one item in the array, it works. When I exactly change the end time, it triggers this refine. It triggers this function, it checks the validation, and the error works even before actually submitting the form. So I have enabled all here. So whatever happens, like on blur, on change, this thing will, validation will trigger in. Now I come here, set the start date to a later date, set the end date later, previous to that, and okay, so this thing I'm going to leave it, okay? So problem is, I have a custom error, set error there. So I want the user to select a type before proceeding. I'll show you now. Now it should work. If I select the type, set the start date to a future date, set the end date to a previous one, we get the error without submitting the form. Okay, that is working. If I again, without setting the type, if I do the same thing, it's not triggering the error. If I set that and do that again, I get that error. Select, okay, now okay. If I set the start date even later, so now I have added an array here, okay? Whenever any of these two changes, I want these validations to run. Let's have a look. So first I set this slot type that actually abstracts all other errors, I think. So now I set the start to a future date. Technically I was expecting the error to happen, error to pop up, but it's not. When I set the end date to a previous date, it's not happening. Okay, so when I'm using an array here, it's not helping. Okay, I'm going to give up this issue on this. The expected behavior was when they change this here, I wanted an error. It happens, but not in all cases as I was expecting. Fine. And also we cannot submit the form so that we have actually stop hitting the stripe with this invalid data, right? So that is, I have saved a bit in the form. And also one more thing, I'm going to manage the error that we did not do in the last one. The last section, remember when I clicked, when we started the session, when I click the book now, it kept loading even though Stripe failed. So we have stopped one problem, but there could be other problems in the network that leads the network call to fail. So we have to handle the error. I'm going to do a try catch. Let's create a try catch. I'm going to wrap the entire thing into the try block. And when something goes wrong in the catch, I'm going to throw the error. Also, I'm consoling log that. Now, when we access it, here also, I'm going to do a try block. I'm going to put everything inside the try block. And in the catch, finally, I will set the booking status to false. And in the catch, I'm going to have a toast message. So this toast comes from the molecule toast. So when this is successful, we will automatically go to the Stripe page and we won't be having time for displaying a toast. But for some reason, if the error dot, I think this is sufficient. So basically, we wrap the entire thing with a try catch, and I'm throwing an error from here, and then here also I'm catching that, and I'm displaying the toast message when something goes wrong. Okay. I'm going to give a try again. In our form schema search garage, I add the refinement there, right? Now I change the mode in the use form. I'm going to change the mode to on change because we are not going to submit this form at all. Now let's display the errors from the form state. Get the errors. I'm going to just console log it. These are the errors from the search page. Okay, let's keep it open, and now if I keep the start later and end time previous to that, so basically we are not returning any slots because the time is in reverse. Hey, I got some improvements, okay, about the problem with another way actually. So I refresh the page, I start from scratch, I set the start time to a later time. Now I get the error. Okay, this is what I was expecting. End time should be greater than the start time even when I set the date. Okay, I did this by actually getting the trigger from the use from context, and in the submit in the register you can also pass some options. So in the on change function, I'm triggering the start time and the end time. When we modify both actually. We don't want the start time in here, but we want to trigger both these things when we modify the start time. Okay. Okay, so now I did not even want to add this mode all on change anything, just we're using the trigger. I'm not sure if it affects anything else. Not sure. I'm also not getting the results now. We have the results, right? I change it. We get the error. Technically, we did not get the data. We got the error saying the start time should be, this is coming from the API. But still, we decided to actually combine the data and the previous data, right? This is the previous data. Okay, sometimes. Okay, let's fix that. In the show garages, we are combining these things, but you can also get this error And when the error is there, we don't want to show anything else. Let's add a panel. Error dot message. Fine. Let's add a panel in the bottom. Position, center, bottom. And we are actually, I'm going to return that. So none of the loading or anything happens when the error is there. The error is valid. Okay. That time should be, what is that? Okay, now I did something. In the search page, if there are some these errors, we are dealing with two errors. One, the API error, error sent by the API. The second one is the form validation error given by the React hook form. If the error is the object is valid, I'm creating a panel, the center bottom. I'm creating a key value pair using the entries. So this error is going to be like this. So inside that we can get the messages. Okay, so I'm converting that using the entries. I'm getting the key and value, and I'm rendering this. Okay, let's also give some padding here and some shadow, some BG white, maybe with some alert icon alert. Okay, so that is the error. Okay, now in the show garages, I'm going to use instead of a panel, I'm going to use the toast here. Okay, that's the way we deal the we have been using this toast to show the API errors. So I'm just following that pattern here. Toast, just giving let's just do the error dot message here, and we have to return null so that we won't get this. We won't display the stale data. Now we have this. I set this to a future date. I'm getting two errors. I'm also getting this form. Okay. So when we have form data, actually we won't have the network call going. Okay. So this was the previous call with the start date of 21. Now I updated that. Now we stop any network calls from going when the variables has errors, and instead we will be displaying this error message here. In the hook, what I did, I get this boolean has errors. I go through everything, and finally when I return, if the variables has errors, I'm just going to return null. Okay, so what happens here, we get the variables and we only call this if the variables are valid. So we don't call the network. But again, now we have one more thing to do, but I'm just going to move on, which is when we have this error, I don't want to display the stale data, but it's still displaying. Okay, that is a rough edge. I'm going to just leave it. We can actually keep working on keep polishing stuff, but I don't want to include more, keep introducing complexity in the whole thing. So okay, so that is the search page. Okay, a few more things to go. First thing, in the booking service, when we create a booking, I'm not adding the booking timeline here. In other places, we add that. So I'm going to update that. We are going to create a new transaction, and inside the transaction, we will be doing two things. One, we are going to create this booking. Okay, let's get the booking information from here, and then so actually here we have to use the transaction we get from here to do the actual transaction. After that, I'm going to insert a booking timeline called booked state. Okay, and I'm going to return the booking data. And in the Valet resolver, we get the company, and there is a possibility that a particular user has no company associated. So I'm just throwing in a bad gateway exception when the person who has no company associated tries to create a Valet. Okay. And in the main customer application I was planning to create a about page, but that's just dangling. I did not implement that. So I'm going to delete the menu, and also I'm going to delete the about page here, which is, there is nothing. I'm going to delete that. And one more thing, in the search, the dialog actually goes behind the header. Okay, let's fix that. The header right now has a z value of a z index of z50. Okay, and the dialog has a z value of 10 for some reason. I changed that to 15. Now maybe I have to refresh that. Now the dialog comes above the header. That's a change. And in the add Valet component, when the manager creates this Valet, I'm going to first we will set the await refetch queries, and then I'm going to refetch queries named operations dot query dot company valets. Okay, so that was in the background, and when after I create a Valet, we want the data to be refetched, but somehow I forgot to do this. And in the assign Valet button, okay, so this button is being used by 4 sections. This Valet drops, Valet pickups, these are all drops and all pickups actually. And also I have to add these two. I remember telling you that I will come back and add this in the refetch queries, but I forgot. And when the Valet assigns, when the Valet modifies the Valet state from the my drop and my pickups page, those pages did not re-render, refetch. So I had to add this. And one more thing, the text color here, the login form was wrong. So basically I was playing around with placing these things in different places. And you can see in the register form, I'm giving this text black in the HTML input because everything else has to be white. Okay, just these two. I added that, but I forgot to add in the login form. So inside the password and the email input, I'm adding it. Okay, I did not. I was explaining you to that you can pass Google in the sign in button. Okay, and I did not change here to credentials back. Let's log in again. Okay, so this is the guy who has all the garages. Okay, also I did not show you how the pagination works. The pagination actually works. It also has this local caching going on, so it automatically caches. And this may look okay in the smaller screen, but in a bigger screen it looks awkward. And that is actually predetermined. In the show data, we already have these styles here, right? I am going to create children class name. It's a string and it's optional. And I'm going to have the children class name. That's going to be the default value. And I'm going to add the children class name here. Okay. Now from the list garages page, I'm going to modify this. List garages is being used by the manager. Here I'm going to pass this and we will modify that. I'm okay with 1, small screen 2, medium screen 3, large screen I'm going for 6. Okay, this looks better to me. And one more issue I found in the show Valet My Trips. The condition is wrong here. The condition to render the drop button, I'm saying that it has to be Valet assigned for check-in. But it has to be different actually. So I'm going to add an array here. And I'm going to add one more booking status. Booking status dot checked out dot includes booking dot status. If the status is one among these two, we need to show the drop button. And one more similar thing, in the list customer bookings, here also the status has to be different. So this is for the past bookings. The past bookings may also have the statuses booking status dot valet returned. Okay. So as I told you, maybe I should have gone with 2 types of statuses. One for the booking that starts with booking, checked in, checked out, and then the valet. So if we handle those 2 things separately, we don't have to do this. We can rely on precise statuses for the bookings. Okay, so those are the troubles. Those are the problems I encountered when I was recording the demo, and I had to polish them, fix them, and it's not perfect. So we are still going to have more things to do, and I'm going to wrap the project here. So right now the project stands at 14,300 lines, 14,000 lines of TypeScript code. Okay, so that's a lot of things, and by using some really good engineering, everything is typed, right? We did not compromise much at all, I think. We also have a really good validation script that catches any problems from committing. We also have this Husky hooks, and we have a nice code gen going on that bridges the backend and front end. With all this help, one person can actually do these 10,000, 15,000 lines of projects, Monorepo with multiple applications. But still, software engineering is complex. So we are going to have edge cases. That's why teams work on products. Okay. So yep, I'm happy with the project. See you.